Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the spiritual chat. Today we're going to be talking about truths and untruths. I hope you all enjoy the live. Because it's going to be enlightening. I hope people share their experiences on the live. We're just waiting for people to show up. I don't know how long that'll be, but that's cool. Hope everybody had a great Sunday. It was very eventful. Today we're going to be talking about truths and untruths. Did anybody hear me down there, or am I talking to myself? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Okay. Yeah, today's going to be a very interesting live. For the first part of it, I'm going to talk for a minute about certain things. So, if you wouldn't mind, bear with me, and then we'll get into the topic. But just waiting for more people to get up in here, because we're going to have a really, not a heart-to-heart, but we're going to have a sit-down here on a few things here. Just waiting for the live to pick up a little more from your people to get in here. How many mods are in here? Hello, hello. There's a few issues I want to address before we start the live. Just waiting for some more people to come up in here. This is going to be a very interesting live. I hope that you guys understand and you're more enlightened. Wait for a few more people to come in here. If you wouldn't mind, you wouldn't like and share, hit your donations if you can. That's cool. Whichever you can do, that's fine. But again, we're gonna have the beginning of this live. We're gonna have a kind of like a sit-down talk here. There's a few things I want to address, so just wait for some people to come on. Hello, welcome to the live. How are you doing, everybody? hoping more people come on, because I don't want to have to keep repeating this during the entire live. Hello, welcome Trina, welcome Blue, welcome, welcome. Hello, Red One, hello, Suzanne, Trina, Dizzy, Batman. Oh. I was waiting for hello, hello, hello. It's going to be an interesting live. I hope some people come up in here, because I want to have a discussion here. Well, I'm going to talk on how I feel about certain things. So, hello, Cal. Alright, let's see who's in here. Okay. I was hoping Honey would get in here. Or Hopi, or both, or whatever, but whichever. Alright. Thank you. Oh, Lordy Lord. Alright. Well, if I say this, someone's going to have to repeat it, because I don't want to repeat this whole thing. Someone can just give a brief rendition of it when I come up. If you wouldn't mind, somebody. Because I don't feel like repeating all of this. What I'm going to say. That's why it was imperative for people to be here, because I don't feel like repeating all this like during the entire live. Wouldn't mind hitting the likes and shares. I'd be honored. Thank you. Hello, energies. Today is gonna be a interesting live. Spur of the moment. I'm gonna address some few things. Okay. Hi. Yes. Okay, the first thing I want to address now, I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm here out of love and light, and I'm here to empower everybody. What I say on my lives, I get from my spiritual beings and my guides, and the extraterrestrials up in space. They give me this divine information to share to you. Now, for years and years and years, for 40 years, they've been repeating and telling me the same thing. For years they've been telling me the same entire thing. Now, it come to pass a couple weeks ago. I was on YouTube, and a lot of what I was saying was true. Certain individuals on YouTube give a brief rundown of everything that I said. I never met the people, never watched them, have no idea. I have told countless people, thousands of people. Now, when I first came on YouTube, when I first came on TikTok, I was on YouTube for a bit. I had 1 million followers. Almost 1 million, yeah. Then I was shut down over there, but that's a whole nother story. Before there, I was on a place called untrue. Now, for years and years and years, I've told the story of Brim, the extraterrestrials. I told all of them about all of my experiences. I told everybody the experiences I've had, about my premonitions, about the truths I spill, and the truths I give. It's been confirmed multiple times by Bashir, many other channelers, many other spiritual intuitive people. I can't remember her name. I think it's Eneline or Eneline, whatever her name is. She's on YouTube too. She keeps saying the same thing I'm saying. What I said in my lives, for the last 2 lives, you know, ever since I got blocked, I got bananaed off here. You know, I've kind of done some thinking, looking within myself here. And you know, nothing here is a coincidence. Everything that I've said, I have gotten backlash from. I've gotten hate in my mailbox. I've lost followers. I've even attacked real life. And then I've got certain government things for things that have happened. Now, what I have to say is this, that a lot of people on TikTok come on here, they tell the truth of their reality. That's fine. You're free to do that. It's free will. You know, we're all on here to raise spiritual consciousness. We're all here as spiritual people to work as one for every common goal. To initiate that love and that compassion and that empowerment. To empower every single one of you. Because the power lies within inside of you. You don't need a magical sky daddy. You don't need somebody that goes and visits extraterrestrials non-stop and claims to met certain individuals. You don't need that. What you need is to look within yourself. It's always been told to do. And and the wisdom was inside of you. It's cool to have those people, but they're your guides. They guide you on the path for your enlightenment and your empowerment. We're all here to empower each other. Yes, some people do not like what you have to say. Well, that's life. You're gonna have to get over it. Because, you know, human society, we all think differently. Just because one person says something doesn't mean it's necessarily true for that kind of group. Now, when you express and you tell your truths and somebody's on the other end bashing you and talking about you, you know, that's not a spiritual person. It's mythical and spiritual. It's the colors, it changes. It's, you know, these lights. Now, when we come to the spiritual enlightenment, you come in tune with certain individuals. Some, you know, you're not going to agree with. You know, some people work with a certain group, and other people work with a certain group. You know, but if you look up one certain group, you will find that, you know, it is negativity about it. Now, what I have to say is, within each group, you have a positive and you have a negative. There's a positive and negative in every group. If you want to think about the Ashtar Command, there's a good and there's a bad. Yeah, they were infiltrated by reptilians. Yes, they were. Many countless people on here had witnessed that and have said that. Now, within saying that, I don't work with the Ashtar Command. What they do is their own thing. I have no idea what they do. I know what I know and I see what I see. I don't come on here and spend my time with you talking about spirituality so you can line my pockets and give me Botox, or, you know, I don't ask for a galaxy to, you know, give you a reading. Knowledge should be freely given, not paid for. And, you know, I've noticed, you know, when people come on here, yes, you can feel sorry for them and what happens in their life. That's understandable. But what you cannot do, and that is not very spiritual of you, to sit there and downgrade somebody else because they don't believe the same thing as you. And that is not a very spiritual person indeed. That is not. I don't come on here for anything, for no gain. I come on here to share the wisdom and the knowledge with you. I don't care about being famous. You know what famous got me? Famous got me attacked in real life. That's what famous got me. I got hate mail. It's not about being famous. It's not about having money. What it's about is me sharing my love and my knowledge that the universe has given me to give to you. I'm not on here for all that bad mojo they want to hop off at you. You know, they want to sit there and, oh, you know, offer you money to give you readings, or, you know, you know, claim to do this and this and then swindle you out of money. I'm not here for that either. And I'm not pointing my fingers at anybody indirectly. What I'm saying is, that's your thing. If you want to have that, that's cool. You want to be working in that field, and, you know, if you're called to do that in your life path, then fine, so be it. But it's very inappropriate for you, as a spiritual being that you claim to be, these certain individuals, you all claim to be a spiritual person, but yet you talk negative about a person. That is not spiritual at all. That's being negative. That's pointing the finger. When you point your finger at somebody, it's three pointing back at you. You got to remember that. Now, I come here to help you, to empower you, to show you the love the universe has for you. You can save Earth. You can save it, or you can destroy it. You can love the people around you, or you can hate them. You can have that unconditional love. You can love them or you cannot love them. That is your free will. But for me, I'm going to talk my truth. I will not be shushed. I'm going to say what the truth is for me and what I've heard. You can choose to listen to it, you can choose not to. If it resonates with you, cool. If you don't, you can flip on down the line, because, you know, so be it. I'm here to empower people. That is the only reason why I'm here. Here to empower every single one of you. Every life matters. Every person matters. I don't care if you're black, white, pink, blue, Asian, whatever. I don't care. What I care about is your soul, your spirituality. Are you leading that good life? Are you leading that positivity? Are you bringing that love to humanity? Or are you going to sit there and hold it down? We all have to work together as a spiritual group. Yo, whoa, ho, we're not all going to work together. Sometimes we might not see eye to eye. Like every family, we all disagree. We all have our narratives. But, like I said, I'm here for help empower you and everybody here. I'm not here to line my pockets. I'm not here to be famous. I'm here to show you the love. And every word that I have said is true. And if you don't believe it, go on YouTube. Look at other spiritual pages. You will find that knowledge is there with them. Some people spit the truth. In their eyes, it's not the truth at all. They want to deceive to line their pockets. Some might ask for a galaxy. Some might ask their viewers. I don't ask you for nothing. I ask you for your humanity, for your love, your compassion to each other. That is all I care about. I care about empowering every single one of you. Not to line your pockets, not to be famous. I don't care about that crap. What I care about is helping every single one of you. Share your stories. Learn from your stories as it empowers every single one of you that are part of this live. And some people want to call it a show. Yeah, it's a show. Yeah, well, I'm not a carnival barker, and I'm not doing that. This is not a show. This is a live. You guys are part of that live. I'm not gonna come on here and throw a pity frickin' party and go, oh, I lost this, I got this, I got that, I got this, just to get money. I'm not doing that either. I'm not gonna sit here and do all that crap. What I'm sitting here in to help every one of you. And from now on, you know, I want to maintain that focus. I'm a dragon. And yes, dragons have that rage. Dragons have a fury. And I'm a Virgo. And I will not tolerate being talked down to. I want to be treated as equal. I'm an equal just like you. Just like every one of you. Yeah, I might have gifts, but doesn't make me a god. Doesn't make me a chosen one. Doesn't make me an ascended master. What it makes me in is part of you, part of the collective, part of a source, and what we are. That is the true essence of what I'm trying to say. I'm here to empower every single one of you. Now, if anyone wouldn't mind hitting the likes, the shares, and the donations, that'd be great, thanks. Some people get offended by my light. Well, it's just a rotating light. It changes colors. I really got this $20 thing off Temu. It changes colors, and I'm not really sure how it works, but hey, so be it. Anybody needs healing, I'm here to help you. Anybody wants meditation, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help in every one of you. That's all I'm here for, is to help every one of you. I don't have to spend all this time to do this, but I do it because I love every single one of you. I want you to have that safe space. I want you all to have that love. I'm here for every one of you. That's the only reason why I'm here. I'm not here for anything else. I have no hidden agenda. What you see is what you get. I've been in the positive, and people see me in my negative. Hey, we're all learning. We're all growing. It is what it is. Everybody says that's a dragon saying. It's true. I'm going to give you the truth from how I hear it, and it is what it is. Now, today's topic is going to be about truth and untruths. Yeah. It's going to be about truths and untruths. How do we handle them? And what do you do with it? And then we can talk about stories, about your spiritual experience, your extraterrestrial experience, or paranormal experience. If you would like to share them, or have a discussion about the topic, feel free to hit the grass to grass. Thank you. And always be your authentic self. Don't hold anything back, because that's not being your true self. Be who you are and remember who you are. You don't want to wire your eyes shut. You don't want to wire your mouth shut. You don't want to close your ears off to the world. You want to speak the truth, see the truth, hear the truth, feel the truth within your heart, because your mind will lead you astray. It will give you bad thoughts and misinformation. Now, if anybody wants to come up in that live, hit the guest request, because you guys are the heart of this live. You're the blood that flows through this live. You're the energy that flows through. You guys make this live, not me. I'm honored to draw here, because it's all about you. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? And as some people would say, it's paramount that you make a decision on what you want to do with your life. Do you want to listen to other people and be led astray? Or do you want to hear the truth? It's your free will to listen to it or not. Hello, River.
Hello, Brim.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I had a few days thinking about things, enjoying myself.
Okay.
Well, you're a little fired up there, brother.
Oh, I am, Miss Honey.
I was supposed to repeat it so that he doesn't have to, but he said a lot.
I've been listening. I heard it all. It's okay.
Okay, good.
I've been listening to Cryon and some other Ascension channels this week, and especially yesterday and today. And y'all know that I've been struggling too. And
yes.
What I've figured out is this: we're on our own authentic journeys. We are meant to go within to figure out what it is we are supposed to do for our own souls, for our own bodies. We're all going through a lot of changes right now, and it's causing there's a lot of energy and a lot of changes. And so there's a lot of irritability going on out there. And we are to meet that with unconditional love, compassion, and an understanding, an inner standing that only we know what is best for each and every one of us. We're
I
going
have
to
a
be.
thought for you, Miss Honey.
I'm sorry, what?
I have a thought for you.
Okay,
Are you ready?
I'm listening.
Are you ready, baby doll? Alrighty, here we go. When I was out there in my dragon form for the first time in a long time. I came to a realization this week and in week that I see a pattern. I'm always one to see patterns. You know, Earth is a very confusing state because of this. Now, everybody's raising to certain vibrations. Now, no one's ever said this, but I'm going to now. Let this be known. Maybe I haven't heard anybody say it. Who knows? It just came from me and the others out here in the universe. That Earth is a school where you ascend into your greater form. Whatever vibration you're at, you exist on that world. So everybody's truth, everybody what they're speaking is true for that dimension and that reality. Because this right here, this universe, this planet, has multi-dimensional, multi-facets of our realities. Several people are living in separate realities on this planet. Kind of think of it as spaghetti, okay? You have a plate of spaghetti. You put it on your plate. They're different colors, right? They're all mixed up. How do you sort what's the truth and what's not? Because they're all the truth, but in separate realities.
Correct.
So,
That's where I was headed.
yeah.
And that's the conclusion that I have come to, is that we are all going to experience our own realities in our own ways. And it's up to us to use our discernment to figure out which one is the preferred way we choose to go.
Exactly.
What
There's
feels
many
right
strands of
to us.
spaghetti on that plate with the different colors. You have to pick the color that you want to go to. It's all the same truth. It all leads to the same way. But at the end of at your end goal, you're going to end up in a different reality, in a different earth from the other people. At the end, when you pass on, you're going through in that strand and you make it through the entanglement. You make it to the end. You then ascend into the fifth dimension. You could use to go in the spaghetti and you go through, or that person can go to the seventh dimension. You roll the spaghetti, you can go to the third dimension. That's what it is. That is the truth of the reality that you live. It's an entanglement within spiritual threads, within the threads of fate, and that finely woven cloth of fate. Journeys that are here. You untangle that. You will reach your final destination, and you will ascend unto that earth. Each person has a earth that they're going to go to with other people that think the same as them when they move on.
Right, and it's up to us,
Mainly,
the people we want to travel with, correct?
exactly.
The ones whose beliefs most closely aligned to ours are the people we're going to gravitate to, and that will
Right.
be our reality, essentially, and our truth. It doesn't make anybody right. It doesn't make anybody wrong. It makes us different.
Exactly.
We're going to be in different places at different times, but at all times, because there is no time. We exist in all times. Crying said
Yes.
something today about how when we passed on from what we call a past life before, we became incorporated back into the people that we were close to, that we travel with. And then we also maybe became a guide for them. And then we became born again. We have a new human body and a new human life, but simultaneously we still exist as a guide for other people on earth. They're living completely different lives. So our souls are fragmented in the same way that we consider God to be fragmented. We're all fractals. And we can be fractaled out into multiple places, multiple times, multiple dimensions. And so, whatever feels like the right path for you is going to be right. You can't be wrong. There's going to be people who are going to ascend. It is exactly what we came here to do. This is our ascension. There's going to be people who aren't ready for that yet. And they are still going to continue to exist in 3 and 4D, and maybe even in 5D, only in a different reality, a different dimensional type D than the one that perhaps I'm going to. But
Exactly.
I'm going to sort out all the people in my life that believe the most closely to what I believe, and I'm going to continue to search for the information I need to get that discernment.
That is correct.
So nobody's right and nobody's wrong. It's all very interesting.
And when you do pass on, you end up, and you're on that wavelength. You go to that dimension that you're related to.
Hmm. But
That's why you have hierarchies of angels in different dimensions, because that's what happens. When you move on and you evolve, whatever I call it, when you evolve and you transcend, you go into that reality that's more related to you.
and it doesn't mean it's a better or a higher. It just means it's different.
Exactly.
Because none of us are better or more highly placed than another. We're all the
I
same.
often think of it like a multiverse.
We're all the same. We're all fractals of God, and we all come together to create what we call Source God, Mother, Father God,
Right.
all those labels that humans like to use. It's all a matter of perspective. None of us are right and none of us are wrong. We're simply on our own pathways. And then you choose whatever is most attractive to you. And
Exactly.
if that's what their soul needs, that's what they need. If they're not ready for the ascension path we're on, they won't be ready, and there won't be anything we can do about it to change it or distract them or any other thing. All we can do is be an example, show love, kindness, compassion, and when it comes time, it'll be exactly the way that woman was talking about when she was progressing people. As we began to leave this earth while she's getting her facelift, we'll be just flying out windows like Peter Pan's and Tinkerbells, and we'll be living in the reality that we have created for our own selves with the people we
Exactly.
live with. And then other people will be living differently from us, and it's okay because we're all where we're supposed to be.
Right. And that is why I've said for the last couple of lives that everybody is on a different path, but it goes to the same place. And I've also said, that there are different groups of people that work with different groups. No one knows what the other one's doing because they're on a different plane of existence. And not like you said, And like I once said before, it's not that everybody's who's right and who's wrong. It's just a different plane of existence where your reality, that's true. In this reality, it's true. When we're all on a planet working together.
Mm-hmm. And that's the most important thing, is to look at each other as, knowing that the other is also God. We're all.
And I don't think it's appropriate that people, they claim to be the spiritual leaders and claim to be this and claim to be that, but yet they're talking bad about somebody. That's not a spiritual person to me.
Well, and that's their own insecurity, and we can't, there's nothing we can do about that. All we can do is tend our own spiritual garden and work on our own kindness and love and compassion and be a light source for those that are looking for that light. And if someone else is choosing a different path, then that's going to be their reckoning or part of their journey. And there's nothing, it has nothing to do with us, with you. And when
exactly,
everyone is going to take things differently and do things differently, and if that's something that they're still working through in their human life, then they're working through. We can't take it personally. All we can do is understand that we are authentic. We love everyone unconditionally. We are kind and we are compassionate.
Exactly.
And we can't control what others do, Paul. You know that.
Yes, but we cannot judge either, and that's what a lot of people are doing, judging.
They are.
We cannot control them, but we cannot allow them. You cannot judge somebody else because, like you said, and like I've said before, within each truth is a hint of, within each supposedly lie, there's a hint of truth. And in each reality, there's a truth that ties, that binds you together in this unity that we are in. We have to realize that each reality brings you closer to the spiritual enlightenment that you are affiliated with, and that vibration.
And there's going to be those that aren't there yet, and we just need to love them and love them and love them and try not to judge them our own selves, because
Yes.
we're judging them for being judgmental, and we need to stop that too. So we just need to be in love and be in love with ourselves, be in love with one another, and love is what it is all about. And if we can be shining examples for people who come through this live, more people will be attracted to the light that we put out. And if we're going through symptoms and we're having thoughts and we're sharing them with one another, it's a collective sharing of knowledge. And that's all we want. We don't want to say, well, this one's right and that one's wrong. We're just sharing what we're going through, what's happening to us, and
exactly
what our own truth. And I can only share with you the things that have happened to me personally, which make them my truth. So, if you want to believe that is a truth, then that's up to you. And if you don't have to. It's okay.
Personally, I follow a lot of spiritual creators' content because I listen to everybody, and I would like everybody in the spiritual community to get along, because I feel like if we can't get along with each other, then how are we going to get that guy carrying the pew-pew in the back of his pants ready to do some kind of mayhem? How do we reach him if we don't even get along?
Right.
Exactly.
And
if we're busy pointing fingers at each other and saying our brand of spirituality is the only way, we're just as guilty as anyone else.
We're not any better than some evangelical preacher. at that point, you know, that, you know, we are also fond of. But, you know, everybody,
It is similar
we
to what you said
also are all
when you broke it
nothing but
down.
human right now. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, but we're human. You know, none of us is perfect. And, you know, none of us is an ascended master that I'm aware of. And I know I'm not, but
Mo no no son no go no nya mo no go na zai nai un nai.
I would say that Yaya probably is the closest thing I know to that, but she will tell you too that we all have our insecurities and our fears and our confusions. You know, that's what we have each other for, is to bounce that off of one another and say, hey, what do you think about this and what do you think about that? That's why I too go to many different spiritual
yeah.
people and get.
And this is what brimmed, and this is what I just said. If anybody didn't understand the light language, I'll say it in English. There are many ascended masters on the planet. They all have different qualifications. They all do different things and separate things. Some know that they're masters, but just don't say it. Now, when you become an ascended master, yes, you get granted with certain knowledges and this and that. But at the end of the day, a lot of the people here are masters, but just doesn't realize and they just don't acknowledge it. And not all masters, you know, master in the same thing. They master in different things. They master on different techniques and different things. So there's many different masters in the world. You have to figure out which one resonates with you. That is the intended goal. Because we are to be like the Christ, not be the Christ. You don't need to be a Superman. You need to be a guide.
That is true, Ben. That is what I think that's what we're trying to say. Am I still rounding for you, Suzanne?
No.
Okay. I think what we all just have to sit back and relax and surrender and just, you know, if we, you know, like I need people that I can come to and say, hey, you know, this is confusing. My guides are saying, I think my guides are saying this, or I think this happened to me. What do y'all think about this and what's going on? And, you know, let me hear your experiences. What are you going through? So I don't feel so crazy, you know?
Your microphone sounds far from your face to me. You're muffled.
Is it better now?
Maybe my volume needs to be turned up.
Oh, you are fading in and out, my lady.
Okay. Well, I don't have my headphones in, and I'm not.
You sound better.
I'm not. I had it pushed away because I'm eating my peach pot pie, and I didn't want you to have to listen to me gnawing on it. You know how I am about eating noises.
Yeah,
Speaking,
like somebody eating a bag of chips and cookies.
I need food in general.
Well, I ate early. I don't know why. I just felt compelled to eat my salad and then I thought I want my peach pie. I know it's probably not good for me, but I'm having it anyway. So,
Well, I just want to say I love you guys. I like learning from all my different friends on TikTok. I think we all have something.
We're not friends, we're family. You're my sister.
Okay. I think we all have things we can learn from each other. And these gummies are hard as heck to get into. I can help you chill out if need be. But my whole point just now is that I love you all. I love pretty much all people, but I like animals better. And I want us to all get along I want to learn from everybody. And when one family member tells me I can't hang with this other family member, and this other family member telling me her turkey sucks, I want to go eat her turkey, and this other family member is coming at me from another direction, that I'm tempted to say, I'm going to take my dish and go home.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I have different soul families on here, with different themes. I guess I want to say, that I get different things from. Like when I go into Asiel's life, it's different. It's a completely different vibration for me. Then I go into Alien T's live or Ravenous or somebody like that, and they're on a completely different level from me.
And that's why Earth is a school. If you think about it, you're going to school and you didn't even realize it, or maybe you did.
Yeah.
That each one of the people you're talking to, think about this, honey. Earth is a school. You're going to see many different teachers. So each one of the people in a lab are your teacher. You're learning from that teacher, and something that you need. Like one would be about wisdom, one's about love, one's about look within yourself. Each one of these masters talk about a certain thing. Henceforth, you're in a school learning.
Well, they all came into my life at a time when I really needed them. Honestly, all the teachers that I've had were presented to me at a time when I truly needed them. And I modeled my whole life after what my belief is, that I'll take this from this person, this from that person, whatever resonates with me, incorporate that into, and then I'll make my own.
Same.
It's kind of like this. L&T. If you want your wisdom, go to wisdom. You want wisdom and human interaction and stuff like that, you go to L&Ts. If you want to learn about UFOs, you go to Commanders. You want to learn about Bigfoot, fairies, and all that, you see, Friends with Furries. You want to talk about look within yourself, you go to me. You want to look at channeling and how not to channel, you look at a nook. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
If you wanted to look at Asiel and the Oracle, he's more of a higher and a different version of it.
And I had lost my God connection, and so Robin came into my life at a time when I was floundering with my God connection, and he got me hooked back into my God consciousness and feeling right about how I feel about God and Jesus, and because I was angry for a little while. I was kind of like, I know it sounds weird, but when people would say things about Jesus, it would just make my hackles rise, because I thought they're just being disingenuous. They're not saying it right. They're doing this wrong. They're whatever. And I had to come to the realization, and Robin was the one, 3.5 years ago, who brought me into that. And we all nurtured one another in that soul family to get past some of our hurt feelings and childhood traumas and all of the things that we were all going through at the time. And he was coming into his channeling, trying to figure out what the heck was going on with him, because he didn't know.
Yeah, River, I know what you're talking about, because there are some people's voices that sound like fingers on a chalkboard.
Are you talking about me?
No. No, I like your voice. You have a great voice. Well, there's some spiritual people. I really love them, but their voice is sounds like fingers on a chalkboard.
I noticed that in a live I was in the other day, and I had to get out. Robin and I talked about that too. There's different people that come onto what's that New Earth channel, They
Yeah.
round in and round out, and they have, you know, different ones lead the lives at different times. And there's some people that I just can't. I can't hang with them, and I just move on. It doesn't mean I don't like them. It doesn't mean I'm judging them. It's just I don't want to listen. They don't, whatever it is, whether it's their voice or what they're saying, doesn't resonate with me. So I move on.
I know some people, they resonate with me really good, but their voice is just like, it overpowers it. And I'm like, oh. I've encountered a bunch of people. I love what they say, but their voice, the way they voice it, it's like, oh. Fingers on the chalkboard. I mean, not, they've got great wisdom. They're knowledgeable, and you love them. But their voice sometimes, certain people's voices, it's like, it's gives me a headache just because of the tone. I think it's their tone and their pitch in their voice or something
Mm.
that gets me. I know I like the wisdom from us, a group of people. I like their wisdom, but it's when some people speak, you know what I mean? It's their voice. It's like you like the wisdom, you love what they're saying, it resonates with you, but the way their voice they're using, it's like, Do you know what I mean?
When I first came on TikTok, I didn't know anything about it. My son-in-law kept sending me stuff, so I finally just joined because it was a pain. Every time he sent me something, it was a pain to look at it without having the app. And one of the first people I met was Metaphysical, Mia. And her voice is the most soothing voice God ever created. And she would do the most beautiful meditations late at night. And I just got so used to listening to her. Pretty much just put me to sleep at night, every night. And she's so gentle and kind and has a lot of wisdom. And she's grown a lot over the last 3.5 years, too. Same as Robin has, and same as Yaya. I met Yaya on Robin's lives. I didn't know her before then. And
One of the greatest voices I've heard was Yeshua's.
yes,
Yeshua's and Yaya. Their voices, I don't know what it is.
well, and Robin has a very
Oh yeah, Robin too. Yeah.
a very comforting way of saying things. Even though he can be a little frank, he does it with total love, and
Yeah.
he will snap you out of it.
I've heard him a couple times. I've been in his lives.
Says, I'm here to snap you out of it, you know. And I listened to all of his readings for the collective. And I still go back and listen to them over and over and over again. And he's just, you know, the growth that has happened with the people that I've encountered on this app has been astounding to me. And I've met a lot of new people too, especially in the last year.
Hello,
Yeah.
Michael Ann.
It's good to see you, Michael Ann. I haven't seen you in a very long time.
Yes, I miss hearing your voice, my lady. I've heard it many times over many lives. I knew that would bring you up. I've been waiting for you to get on here.
Hello, hi,
I was
Spirit.
hoping one of these days I'd get a hold of Michael.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, the last
I
time
have
we
a special
connected, I
guest
was
for
on my
you.
way to the hospital. Oh,
Somebody wants to speak to you. He's been waiting to speak to you.
I think I know.
You think you know?
Yeah, she's here too.
He's here. He's been waiting to speak to you, Miss Michael.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta get in there.
A lot of things happen, so that doesn't surprise me.
Na shiny amani ono ni ona. Nina sana mona na ona ni ai ni ai. Anna sana mani one o kana ai. Nana say na no ni na ono kai. Hello, Michael. It's been a long time. How are you, my lady?
I I am
It's been a
better.
long time since I've seen you in Camelot.
I know. We
I hope
um
you do feel better.
it's with the ladies' help I'm getting better. Yes. We're here for a purpose. Um she's survived 8 surgeries, but she has had many downloads during that time.
Yes, you have.
I'm oh boy. Sorry, this is
My
hard. It's like
soul reaches out to you. I miss you so much.
hmm, I miss you as well. I miss those days.
I miss those days when we used to walk in the meadow, smelling the flowers as we walk,
Mm,
underneath the giant sycamore tree.
mm,
Do you remember those days?
yes, many a times. My healing skills were grandeur back then with the little,
Yes, they were.
yeah.
Do you ever talk to the Lady of the Lake?
I do all the time, yes. She's always with me in the waters of Avalon.
Did she ever tell you that you had the heart of a warrior?
No.
You do. You have the heart of a warrior. It's within inside of you. Use that
Yeah.
empowerment to empower you. You can heal yourself. You have those magic abilities like you have back then. My
There
soul
are
has been crying out to you.
there are days this vessel knows she has powers, and there are days that she has not.
Have you talked to my healer? You know who he is.
I
You
have
know,
not. We are, I believe,
he
estranged.
also would help you.
Yeah.
You know, he's the greatest wizard on the planet, the
Mm-hmm.
greatest healer. He helped
Oh,
me many, many times as he'll help you.
I was so young then.
Yes, you were. You were so young, so vital.
Mm. This
And you
lifetime,
still are.
I,
Just because you wear that old meat suit doesn't mean you're not young, my child.
mm, there are
You have
so
the
many
light of a
vessels.
warrior.
Oh, explain why my heart had to be operated on. Mm.
You're just
It's like,
reconfiguring. That's all you're doing. You're just reconfiguring your body to fit your soul. Because your soul is enormous with that love and compassion within inside of you. You're just reconditioning your husk so you're able to do these things better. You're evolving in your human form. You're one of many that is doing it, but you're doing it at an alarming rate. Your body is
the,
just adjusting to your soul.
uh, the fatigue.
Can you not feel it?
Oh, I can feel. This vessel feels. She feels.
As we walked on the roads of Camelot, do you not also remember the words of wisdom I once spoke to you?
About this lifetime? So
About the.
many conversations.
I handed you a flower, and I said you like this flower. You water it, and it will not die. It will blossom. If you do not water it, it will not blossom. Do you remember those words when I handed you that flower from the vendor?
I do.
That red rose, that single red rose that was in that little flower pot. I said plant this near your house, for it will grow like your love will grow in your spirituality.
Go there. Many branches. Like that.
You can advance many. Look in the words of wisdom. Look in the ancient scrolls. You still have them in your mind. They're a gift to you from me. I've given you the 7 scrolls of wisdom. And I gave you a little thing from Merlin. You will find it within your path. It is there for you for the taking. It's locked in that treasure chest underneath the big tree within your mind. Go back to that tree. Touch that tree. It will show you the location. Dig that up. Look inside and you will find the healing that you are required to have and need.
Thank you. Such memories.
You're very welcome. I must depart because Guinevere is nagging me.
We'll see you another time.
Indeed we shall, my lady. Oh,
Are you feeling better, Michael, after your surgery? Are you recuperating?
I'm getting there. I have the wound is still open. I have nurse visits. I'm getting there. I have the wound is still open. I have nurse visits. I'm getting there. I have the wound is still open. I have
Lordy Lord.
but I'm getting better. Thank you so much. Yeah, physical therapy is still getting better, but
That
my
is
legs
wonderful to
felt better.
hear.
Yeah. How are you, brother? How are you doing?
I am great. So did you hear what Arthur had to say?
Oh, always. It's a delight to hear his voice and remember things that I'm still waking up to from my past lives. So yeah,
Sometimes
it's crazy.
sometimes those past lives can get a little overwhelming, can't they?
Well, they can because, with what I've gone through this year, not to mention, I don't know how you guys are, but these two hurricanes have affected extended family. They're all safe, thank God, but, it just, I keep seeing imagery.
You keep seeing energy. Is that what you said?
It sounded like she said that. Yes.
I think there's a lot of energy in this room. We are all reverberating.
Indeed, we are.
Am I still looping? Do I need to come in and come back out?
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. There's been a lot of energy around my house. It's like makes my hair stand up sometimes.
Mine as well, honey. I live in Colorado Springs.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on.
It's a time for ascension. It's the age of ascension, not the age of Aquarius.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying it for a millennium now.
Yeah.
It's been the age of ascension is coming, and it is here.
Well, it's what many of us came for.
Exactly. There's no such thing as a coincidence. It is all meant to happen, and that is why we're all here at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Because why was it? I've been roaming this planet for 1,000,000 years, and now I finally have my complete shard here. Finally, after all those years, I'm here in full. That's when I knew it was time to help Earth. Give back what it has given unto me. To help each one of you. To empower every one of you. To show you that the power lies within, not without.
Yes, that time of duality is over. We're passing through that. And finally figuring out that everything we need is inside of us. It's just hard.
Oh,
It's only hard if you make it hard.
I want to help, but I can't help. I help when I'm in the, sixth or fifth dimension, but can't, I can't really do anything.
You can help where it's needed and when it's time.
Yeah.
The reason why you have not exited off this planet, Michael, is you have a lot to do still.
Yeah.
You might see it as a handicap where you can't help anybody, my child. But you also want to realize that you're helping people right now. Sharing your stories. Sharing your life. That is inspiring people here. You're doing that work right now, my dear.
Yeah.
Have you not noticed that? And I noticed it, that when we not paying attention, we are actually inspiring. We're doing our work when we don't even know it, like you are now. Do you not?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's all we can do.
Yeah, definitely.
Is be an inspiration, I think that's all we can do.
Yeah, definitely.
Here we go with the loopy loops.
That is weird that that's doing that tonight. Considering I feel like I'm in a loop right now with all these
And that's
vessels
what
around.
life is. Life is like a wheel. You go round and around and around. You must break the wheel, break the cycle. Get out of the loop, get out of the cycle. Look into the unknown and do not fear it. There's nothing to fear. As Ronald Reagan said, there's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yeah, fear is a fear monger when that gets in and wasted energy. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Take your time, my child. Do you know what made today cool? See my magic hands. I love the magic hands. The manifesting hands. I love those things. They're so beautiful. And honey, have you heard from the Bigfoots?
I've been watching them today in the trees while I'm listening to my videos. I've been watching them today.
Everybody's doing the loop. Maybe that's the universe saying they need Prim needs to speak the entire time. Yeah, the universe has a funny way of doing things sometimes.
Well, listen to those videos I sent out today. Listen to those videos I sent out today.
I will have the human house watch them. I'm sure he will enjoy watching them. I'll just sit on his shoulder and watch. Oh, and Michael, Solar is now visiting you right now to heal you. Oh, and Michael, she's trying to give you some healing energy. Now visiting you right now to heal. And the same thing with you, Lizzie. She'll be over there shortly.
One of the videos was the last one I sent was about ascension. One of the videos.
You might want to drop down and come back up. There seems to be a biofeedback. Or maybe the universe just wants me to rattle my mouth. Hello, welcome, welcome. Let me see if I can invite these people back up, this human technology.
Is it better now?
Indeed it is.
Okay. what I was going to say is Cryon was talking today about how we've been able to literally manifest a completely different timeline, just timeline after timeline. We keep changing things and going, and we still have the ability to continue to keep changing things. And we call things into our existence. And so we have to remember that our words and our thoughts have that power. We are so powerful that we call those things to us, whether we call something out of fear or whether we're calling in something that is good that we intend to manifest. And then the last video I sent was an entire video about our purpose, what we're here for, why we came, and he addressed all of the symptoms that all of us are going through right now. And the pain and the physical part of it that we're going through right now, as well as the spiritual turmoil we're all in due to the energies.
Yes.
He said it perfectly. He said, both videos actually talked about a lot of the things that I want to talk about, but I don't always have all the words the way I want to say them. But I know that everybody is in turmoil right now, and we're all just bouncing off one another. So it's imperative that we all come together. It's really imperative that we all come together to be able to come to the table with all of our own individual gifts, contributions, experiences, so that everyone kind of knows that it's not going to be exactly the same for everyone, And
that brings me back to the page I say that the spirits gave the human husk a while ago. Didn't it say that humans were, it says here that humans are interdimensional, an interdimensional, multidimensional, multi-universal being. That was the message from a while ago that the spirits had given you and everybody. That you all manifest your own realities because you're your creator.
We are master creators and master co-creators, and
exactly
coming together, just like everyone did for the storm. There were millions of light workers that all came together to distract that storm. And even though many storms, tornadoes, hurricanes are natural and are meant to be a cleansing for the earth, to release some energy or cool it down, there were some things about this storm that weren't completely natural. So all these millions of people who all had all these millions of individual ideas about how everything's working, they were still able to come together for that one purpose.
And it was beautiful.
It was.
I watched the creation of people's thoughts manifest that hurricane to disappear. It was a beautiful thing to see the humans work together in a collective and their thoughts and vibration raised it to a certain level, and it destroyed it. It was wonderful.
In one of the videos, he said it was working toward going to be a category 6, which is unheard of. It was going to be the first time. 6, which is unheard of. It was going to be the first time. 6, which is unheard of. It was going to be the first time. 6, which is unheard of. It was going to be the first time. 6, which is unheard of.
Now just imagine if every single human did that and had that ability and those energy to do that. You could change the whole universe. Just a few change the storm. What can a collective of millions and millions of humans do? Wonderful things. That is what I'd like us to do.
Well, I think what we learned from that was that we have that ability.
Yes. It was one of the first times humanity came together on a spiritual level and destroyed something that could have affected millions of people.
Yeah.
That's just an example of what the power of one person can do.
Yeah, I think we should keep that in mind, that that now we're witness to the fact that we do have that ability. And of course we're going to draw attention, from places, but we're going to draw attention from other good places as well, where people are going to look up and say, wow, we did that. We can do that, and let's do it again for something else, a different
Exactly.
And it was all really beautiful, the way it all came together.
That happened a lot, Erica, for a lot of people. Their energy is drawn. And thank you for coming into the live, Miss Erica. People call me Brim. I'm a channel from the human husk here, and his name Paul. And that's who you're speaking to right now, because my name is Brim. I am a golden dragon, and I'm here to help humanity raise their vibration.
So you asked me earlier, Brim, about my Bigfoot. They were playing in the trees today. I watched them just playing around inside the leaves, and I couldn't really ever get a good look, but I knew they were there, and they were playing. I could just see them playing with different parts of the 2 trees they hang around in, and it was a lot of fun. A Reiki master, system buster. Cool. Yeah, we do need the dragon energy red one. We do. We need it.
Oh, no, so not cool. Yeah. We also need that angel energy from Mary Magdalene.
We need the love and the compassion, but also the determinedness that she came with. Mary Magdalene was very determined that people learn what was inside of themselves. And she truly was very powerful. The fact that she and Yeshua split a soul made them very unique and very powerful together. And that's the reason that much of that has lasted until these days. It's lasted this long because they were able to do so much together. And now that the divine feminine is coming back into fashion, which it's been a long time coming, we need her teachings even more. I've been noticing that I see more and more of her teachings out there.
If you
That's
wouldn't mind hitting the likes, the shares, and donations are welcomed. And I really like seeing manifesting hands because it reminds me of how you can manifest things in your reality.
I was looking for that earlier and I had to. I don't know what. Most of the time, the ones I use the most
Oh, I
often.
love it. Yeah. Oh.
It's so
See the
funny.
reaction you get from me when I get that. I love it.
You're funny.
I love it. It's awesome. I love seeing those, if anything.
Anyway, usually the ones I use the most often stay up at the top, but for some reason that one just keeps getting lost down around in the middle somewhere. I have to always go looking for it.
I want to get the one that I want to see the one that Blue is talking about.
Which one?
She said the universe or galaxy. She said something.
Yeah,
She
there's
said
some,
there was one that she was gonna get and show me.
there's some very expensive ones on here. The universe, the galaxy, and then there's the super gifts where you can add 3 gifts together.
Holy cow!
Yeah. But they're all, I mean, it'd be like $100
Holy crap!
to send all of that. For me, I mean, I know Suzanne told me I can buy them off TikTok for less. I'll have to investigate that.
I
'Cause
want to know
now
which one she was talking about because it sounded pretty cool. I can't remember the name of it.
there's a ton.
She's like, she was gonna say I don't know what it was, but she said it wasn't the whale.
No, the whale is actually kind of a middle of the road one, to be honest, because some of them are so expensive. Let me see if I can find the flying jets are really cool. I've seen those. Um, the lion and the
I've
leopard
seen the lion.
and
I haven't seen the leopard.
the unicorn fantasy one is really pretty cool.
I've never seen that one.
I can't afford it. The interstellar, maybe that's the one Suzanne was talking about. And
Yeah, I think so.
then there's the phoenix. I've only seen that once.
I think I've seen that once. Hello, spiritual mess. I think I've seen that once.
And there is the dragon flame. But
Ooh,
yeah, it's like above my pay scale.
holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the good ones that like really high.
Yeah. Well, and they've gone up a lot. I mean, just in the individual price and the price for buying coins has gone up a lot.
Yeah. Hello, Callie. Welcome.
There she is. I sent her an invite. We missed you,
Oh,
Callie,
dear.
the other night.
She was in here earlier.
Oh, she was? I didn't see her. There was
Yeah, she ran away.
all the reverberation going on, kind of got everybody distracted.
She ran away. She goes, "Oh no, it's a truck, and I'm gonna run." Ah!
Well, and I hadn't seen Michael in such a long time. I knew that
it's
she was. I knew she was having surgery and having some complications from her surgery. I did not realize that she'd had like 5 surgeries. I knew she'd had a couple. I didn't realize it was like 5. That's a lot.
Yes. She's very inspirational, and King Arthur was he loves and adores her.
I remember that. I remember them having conversations before. And I just know she's really been having a rough time. This whole last year has been hard on her. It's been hard for a lot of people, huh, Suzanne?
You know, I was gonna try that filter that somebody tries, but I don't know how it works.
Oh, it's just you turn it, you go like you're going to do a regular TikTok, and you just
Right?
turn that filter on and then turn your camera around.
How does the filter work? Is
Well-
it background?
Well, you can, I mean, I turn it around and just look at the trees, and it'll highlight the energies in the trees. I think it messes with their cloaking.
It's the topic is truth and untruth. But right now we're trying to find I wanted to try to
Do that filter. Yeah. I
yeah.
play with it all the time out here in the yard. And it's,
So I would turn the camera around.
if you want, you can stand in front of the camera and look at whatever's behind you, or you can just flip the camera around and look.
Alright, I flipped the camera.
Okay, and then turn the filter on.
What filter is it?
I don't remember the name of it. It's
Is it enhance? No.
no. I don't remember what the name of. Do you remember, Suzanne, what the name of that filter is? He is handsome, isn't he, Callie?
It's delayed lighting, I believe.
Very much. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Disco dance.
huh. Maybe it's better in the dark. You have your light full on?
Oh, that ain't it.
No, I don't think that's the one I use.
No, I'm trying to find it.
Do you have anything called delayed lighting?
It says enhance effects, maybe?
No, it's not it. I don't remember where I got it from because it's in my save now. Dim light? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it works better in the dark, I think.
Okay, so it would be what?
I think
Effects enhance.
it's called delayed lighting, I believe.
Yeah, but on my side it's effects, stickers, enhance, sound, and background.
Try enhance.
Enhance, I think.
Oh, filters. Okay. I'm in filters. I don't see it in filters. Original, sunny, vitality, peach, vintage. Huh. There don't have many options on here.
Yeah, it's a person waving their arm with lines around it.
I don't. I said.
Yeah, there's some, like a lady waving both her arms, and there's all these wavy colored lines around her. Isn't that the one?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright. Here's what we'll do. Alright. You said it was like easy making a video, right?
Yeah, it's just like making a video. You just go in there. like you're gonna do a video and get your mug in there.
Let me, I'll do this in here, so 1 second, I'll get, alright, let's do this. Alright, we're here. What do I click, this?
Yeah, okay. And then go to search and just look for.
Oh,
What'd you do?
alright.
Go to search.
He
Nothing.
almost showed us some pictures.
Oh, stop it. Go to the search thing and type in delayed lighting. That's what I did. Don't make me have to spell it.
Delay lighting.
I wonder what the globe would look like.
Any of these?
I don't see it yet.
There it is.
Is it?
Yep.
How do you,
There has to be movement.
okay. So how do you do that on your live, though?
You move. You need to turn the light down, and then something needs to move for it to capture
Okay, I
it.
saved it. Okay, so how do I find it on the live thing, though? What I'm saying is go to here.
I've never done it on live, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
I thought you said it already.
No. Do I have to,
He had it on his other phone, I think, Stephen.
Oh, I see.
yeah.
So remember I told you guys I ordered some Moldavite?
Yes.
Yeah.
It claims to have been delivered yesterday. And I don't know if I brought it in. I can't remember shit. I know I didn't open it. And it seems like fight today. And I did something with it. And I don't know what I did with it.
You brought it in and you can't find it?
I think so.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to walk.
You're going to have to.
I'm looking for it now.
You'll have to ask your guides to tell you where it is.
To just guide me to it. I don't go to that many places in my house anymore. Let me go in here and see.
I had lost about $300 in cash. And I was frantic, thinking, what have I done with that cash? And it was lost for like 2.5 weeks. And I got on a live with one of my sisters that can remote view. And she was trying to help me find it. And her guides told her they would not show it to her, that I had to do it myself. That I had to have enough confidence to do it for myself. So I had to sit there and just go into meditation and then they took me right to it.
Wow.
Wow.
So I guess I needed to learn that I shouldn't just get in a panic and call somebody every time I needed something. You know?
Well, I can't. I saw a little pink package yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I
You got it from
can't
Etsy,
imagine that I
right?
would have left it outside. Let me see. Maybe because I know I didn't unwrap Moldavite. Oh, I found it.
Yay! You don't want to lose that.
I don't know that I want to open it yet either.
There you go.
Hey,
Look at him.
you did it.
Look at him. Now maybe Brim will show up for us,
That'd be cool.
wouldn't it?
Well,
Okay. Wave around, buddy.
it's too dark.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of light.
There you go.
They're light.
Now, dance. Dance, brother. I don't see no fairies
Yep,
on
you
you.
found it.
Yep. It's a lot of fun, actually. I use it out here at night a lot. Just to be
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm so sorry.
That's
I'll turn
why I
my-
told Brim not to be telling people, because I know Brim watches me. Sometimes I told him not to be telling on me. I'm out here dancing in the middle of the night
Right.
with my delayed lighting, because it's a lot of fun. And my Bigfoot, I got a really good picture of them. They were behind me, and it looked like they were waving.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're funny. You can change the colors on that too, can't you?
No.
Oh, I changed mine to blue and green.
Whoa.
It looks fun, huh?
Interesting.
Yeah, look at all those sparkles off your bracelets.
Right. You know, that's probably my spiritual energy.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm Dr. Hughes.
we're all 6-year-olds playing with our toys, you know. That's the energy.
It doesn't work in the dark.
See, that's the
Oh.
energy we need to be in now, is our childlike energy.
Well, let me try something here.
I really wish Brim would show up good.
Oh no.
Come on, Brim. Let us see you.
It doesn't work in the dark.
No.
Not very well, no. Wave your arms around, because I don't
I
see.
am waving.
Yeah, I think it's, well, when I'm out here, there's not very much light, and it still shows up.
Maybe I got the wrong one.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool, though. Look at you.
Look at all that sparklies.
Mm-hmm. You should play with it more and entertain yourself.
Whoa.
Get
Maybe
you-
a dim light. Huh. That's weird.
Did you get your water leak fixed in your kitchen?
Yeah, that was a freaking mess.
It sounded like it.
Yeah, it went all over the floor.
How are you tonight? Yes, high spirits is very good for your inner child. And I just twirl around out here playing with it. And
Okay.
did you find your right lighting, you think?
Well, that's interesting.
There's something on your head. Look at you.
Ah,
Something's sticking up there. You got a horn in the
right.
middle of your head. Look at that. See, you have fairies too.
Oh, that's a dragon.
Mhm. Is that your dragon? I can see ears, I think. That's good.
Alright, let's play with this a little bit here.
Yeah.
Whoa, that was kind of cool. My whole body lit up.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we're all going to kind of look like that in the near future.
Oh, yeah, we are. See that right there?
Yeah.
That's kind of what you look like.
That's what you've been describing, I think. What you see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Suzanne, you pay a lot of money for that Moldavite, and when you get it, it's like little. The one
There
piece
was
I
something.
bought in the store, I got the biggest piece I could afford, and it's about the size of my smallest fingernail.
You see that? By my elbow over here.
Yeah, is that your wing?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
You see the wings.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool, actually.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like I have long hair.
Yeah, it makes you look like you're from the medieval times. The way your hoodie and stuff is in your head.
I'm not even wearing a hoodie. That's funny.
Oh, what is that? That looks like a hoodie.
No, it's not. Maybe he's maybe he's standing behind me.
Well, time to step out. Step out, Brim. Let us see.
See, because look, when I move, you can see the hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's weird how it just flashes your whole body sometimes. Now, aren't you glad you're playing?
Hey, I'm on also not. You can see him. He's standing there.
Watching us play. Oh, that was weird looking. Wow.
Whoa. You see that?
It was weird looking. Give you frightmares. Look at you.
Huh. Interesting. Does hers do that?
No, not like that. I mean, hers is more of an outline, but she's waving her arms around and stuff, dancing. You know,
I mean,
like
does it light up the whole body?
sometimes, yeah. But it usually lights up the beings around her. And Broom seems determined to stay right behind you, or in you.
I sent you a screenshot.
You got one like that one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bizarre looking. Mine don't look like that.
Weird. Oh, wow. looks like he has long hair and he's got something on his forehead. See?
Yeah, like some kind of a head crown thing. That's what it looks like. Do you have to move a certain way for it to pop up, or?
I'm just standing here. It looks like he's got something like armor on his shoulder.
Yeah. Something metallic. That's pretty cool. Now you're gonna be playing with that all night.
Does it ever do that before?
I haven't seen it do that.
It doesn't do that to me.
Huh. Interesting. Maybe because we can't see Brim because he's inside.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. He's hiding inside of you. He's not coming out. But I can see part of your wing on the one side. I can't see the other side because of the boxes. It does look like armor, doesn't it? Yeah. That's pretty cool.
He does have horns too. Yeah, see?
Well, I could see those
Yeah.
early on, but I haven't seen them in a little bit. The horns.
Huh. See right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whoa. That was kind of trippy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you see his beard? It's longer.
He's letting us see a little bit more.
You see the beard? It's longer.
Mm-hmm. That's funny.
Interesting.
I'm looking at the armor stuff. That's interesting, I think.
Well, it looks like he's wearing like. It looks like it has a giant armor on.
Mm-hmm.
His hair is longer. You can see the wing. That's kind of trippy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Whoa.
it's a lot of fun to play with.
I'm gonna have to check this live out after. That was interesting. So yours never did that?
No, it didn't. Not for me. No.
Does hers do that? Light up her whole body like that?
I've seen hers do it a couple of times, but not often.
Yeah, every once in a while. But I'm usually looking around her. You know, I'm not looking at her.
Yeah.
We're always looking at the fairies and the space people that come through.
That
That's
was
what
kind
I'm
of.
looking at.
That was wild. You can see you can see like an image inside.
Sometimes
Okay,
when
so
they're
you two, I want a gift from Nick.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes when they're all coming through and the fairy, like everybody's really banging down to the music, there's one fairy that brings his little keyboard in. It looks like a little piano that he's just pounding on.
Oh, yeah.
And then I've seen one with a trumpet like thing he's blowing, just swinging it around and blowing. And then their insignia, you can see it sometimes like on Nick or Gan.
Oh, yeah.
Dan's head is too big, though. I mean, you
I
can't.
wonder, let me try something. I'm gonna try something else for a minute. I'm curious now. Hold on. Let me curious. Alright. Let's. Whoa.
That was weird.
Weird.
There you go. That's kind of what mine more or less looks like, except I don't have the full face splashes like that.
I wonder. So if I flip it around, will it just read the face? I wonder.
I flip it around and put it in the trees, and it kind of lights up different things in the trees for me.
Really?
Huh.
It depends on what's playing in the trees. And the cats look
Interesting.
weird. The cats look very strange with that. Because I usually have 4 or 5 cats laying around out here, and they look very strange with that lighting. Seeing their energy come off of it.
Huh.
Mm.
Whoa.
You got too far away. Yeah, now you can. Yeah, you can see the wing over here.
Huh.
You look like somebody who's like looking at their reflection for the first time ever.
Right?
You're so funny.
Interesting.
Yes, you're so funny.
Huh. That's. You know, I'm wondering. Back in the day, they used to say that, you know, pictures have your soul. I'm wondering if this technology, and they didn't realize it, that it actually captures what your soul looks like, and that's what it projects.
It may be. I mean, I think it works off of energy. Um,
Cause does hers have 3 lines behind
several,
her?
several lines. Yeah.
'Cause it looks like it got 3 waves of me, and they're
There's
all
3 or
different.
4.
See,
Sometimes
the
you can
different.
see 4.
It looks like they got different expressions.
Yeah, sometimes. It's weird. You make me seasick.
I'm making you seasick.
All that waving around. Yeah, I think it just picks up heat and energy, honestly. I don't know. I'm not mathematical or physical or any of that kind of stuff. I don't understand any of that stuff. I barely got enough of that to get through college. So,
Interesting. I really like how it does the front though. It's kind of interesting.
mhm.
Huh.
So you just have a regular what T-shirt on and your cross or what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can see it now. It's kind of weird looking. It kind of it looked like you had on a hoodie at first.
Mm-mm. See, look at. See, you can see it up like behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I'm just waiting for Brim to pop out.
Monoshonoko.
You're gonna scare us, aren't you? I knew it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It does look like I have a hoodie on.
Kinda it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of looks like honestly, it looks like he's wearing a. Looks like an armor. Huh. Now it. Oh, there we go. See it now?
Mm-hmm.
You see the wing.
Yeah. You can. You can see the wing.
It looks like I have long hair.
Don't you?
No.
Oh.
It looks like he's got like battle armor on.
It does
Huh.
look like he's got on some kind of armor of some type. I don't know.
Interesting. I'm wearing battle armor.
Well, that was fun.
I'm preparing for battle.
I think we all are. I've been cleaning closets and cupboards and pantries. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've just been going through everything and cleaning everything out and reorganizing everything.
Genghis Khan, really? I've been referred to many things, but I'm Genghis Khan. That's not one I haven't heard. Interesting.
I finally had to actually get dressed and get in the car and go somewhere today, and it was painful. I just didn't want to because I've been hibernating the last couple of weeks, barely getting out. Just cleaning everything.
So, what do you think a wardrobe made for him?
What?
What is going on with this?
Your
Oh no,
ball.
my screen's acting up.
You put too much energy in it.
Yeah, my phone is not doing it right. You know how normally I can scroll to the sides?
Mm-hmm.
It's not letting me do that.
It's stuck there.
It's stuck on the screen.
Mm. It's funny. Oh. I don't see the red. I don't see the red ball.
It's blue.
Everything's acting weird.
There you go.
Everything's getting more weird.
Universe TikTok. Somebody just got one.
Yeah, so I can't scroll left or right on my live.
That's weird. Do you still have the filter on?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Oh, could be.
I don't know.
Oh, that was why.
Because you had the filter on?
Yeah. That was why. Interesting things. So, did you like your reading last week?
I did.
I hope it inspired you.
Definitely.
I thought about doing it. I was like, I don't know.
It was awesome.
I don't know if I want to do it online. Oh, I'm gonna take my Cash App off because I don't know if you heard me, that Cash App and PayPal are messed up now because it's like somebody tried to hack because somebody for PayPal. So Cash App is saying that PayPal. Hold on, we go. I went to PayPal and PayPal said that Cash App's trying to send me $300. So I went to Cash App and it said that they're trying to take $300 from my account and move it to PayPal.
Oh, wow.
And I have no idea why. So I don't know what's going on with that. So
Get your money.
they're trying to have me send it to my PayPal. Why take money out of one account just to have? Yeah, I don't get it.
Well, if someone else is hacking you trying to get your money, it's probably easier from one app than the other. I don't know.
So I gotta watch what I do. I'm gonna have to take my card off of Cash App because I've changed the password, but I think that I'm gonna have to pull my cards off Cash App because something's going on.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. And I don't think it's attached to it. And I don't know how to find it. See if any cards attached to it. But yeah, I'm having all kinds of troubles with certain things. It's really weird.
I think everybody is. There's something going on electronically that's kind of messing with everybody.
Yeah, did I show you that though?
Yeah, you showed it to us where they were trying to take it from Cash App and put it over into PayPal, which just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm trying to get on Cash App to see what cards are on that account so I can pull them off, but I don't see where that could be. Oh.
I wouldn't know. I don't use either one.
Well, I can see my card is attached to my PayPal, but I don't have a card attached to Cash App. And
No, I just took.
it goes up.
I removed it. I just removed it from Cash App because things are getting weird with that stupid app, and It's the third time I've had trouble with them. Everybody else is like, I don't have trouble with Cash App. I'm like, dude, they've already stole $189 from me. Now they're trying to send, yeah, and it was weird because, I ordered something online. It came from my bank. They paid for it. It was confirmed and it was a done deal, right? A day later, Cash App requests the money from. They've already taken the money out and it was already spent, so it was already transferred. Done deal, right? So 2 days later, couple hours, I think about a day later, Cash App requests the money hasn't been paid, so they pulled more money off my card, so they got double payment for the item, and they're saying that they reimbursed. I'm like, no, they didn't. So they did this twice in a row, saying they're trying to pull the money off my card, so they did. So I went to Chime and said, look, I don't know what's going on with that, but and they basically blocked Cash App from taking money out. So again, now we go about a month later, here we go again. I put my card back on the Chime, on the Cash App, and lo and behold, now they're trying to take $300 out and move it to PayPal. PayPal was like, huh? And they blocked it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on. But it seems like a bunch of malarkey.
Well, I set up a Cash App, but I never attached a card to it because I've just been too, I don't know, nervous about it because too many other people told me that it was iffy.
Yeah, I'm not. I used to be a fan of theirs, but now I'm not. I'll just stick with Chime. That seems to be the best one. Chime, and the thing with Cash App is that I've had experiences with the Cash App, and it's good if you're using it for like TikTok or whatever, get your money on there. But if you link it to your bank account, you're gonna screw yourself, because at the minute I linked my bank account to them, I've had trouble. Ever since I've linked my bank account to them, I've had trouble. So I'm just gonna keep it as whoever sends me money, and I use the card that way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna try moving any money or whatever, cause hooking any bank account to it, cause I want my money, and yeah.
I just have all my cards in wallet. They're all my different cards are in wallet, so I use.
And it's weird because I've only used the card maybe like 5 times, and 3 to 5 times I've had trouble.
Well, just ditch it. I wouldn't mess with it. So, have you heard from Yaya today?
She doesn't speak to me much.
She's just been going through a lot here. There's a lot of changes going on with
I've
everything.
been seeing myself the last couple of days, and I was a little bit irritated because I lost 40 people
I'm
because of
sorry.
some incident.
I'm sorry. It'll be okay.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I don't even ever notice that kind of thing. I don't pay any attention. But I got a lot of. There's a lot of people, wanting some attention. There's people asking for help with different things. That one guy that wants, he wants me to come on and he's trying to do water wells, and Where he's going. So he's wanting me to always come on his lives and help him. But I don't know. I can't stay on my phone all the time.
Yeah. The only reason why I noticed it is because I'm trying to sell those headphones, and I know what people I reach with that, and and I figured you selling the headphones also helps with the spirituality part too, because they can go hand in hand,
Yeah.
and because
How's that going? I got mine, and Greg and I both like them really a lot.
I don't know. I didn't get nothing from them.
You didn't?
No, I guess because it went the wrong way.
Well, I ordered them off the link on your site.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
That's weird.
Yeah, it just doesn't show up on there that any was bought. It says 0.
Well, you should check on that because I bought them directly off your site.
Yeah. And it's the same people, so I don't know. I only make like $8 off it anyway.
Because I got 3.
I make about $3 on each one of them. And the tax and all that's about 8. Well, it's just, it is what it is. I don't mind. Plus, I got a free headphone, so what do I care?
Well, I really like them, and Greg has been using his every day. And then I got a set for my one son-in-law that's a big gamer. He likes to game. So that's one of his Christmas gifts.
I like them. They're actually really nice. I want to see if I can get different colors and size some more.
I was kind of tempted to give them to him yesterday when he came by because he had been in the hospital and he's still getting IV antibiotics, so he's still off work. So he's been gaming a lot. He's bored. He can't really do much. He's got his PICC line in his arm and he's kind of tired, and he's been going around to all his different doctor's appointments and stuff. So I was kind of almost tempted to give them to him so he could be using them now. But he's hard to buy for, so I'm going to hang on to him and give him to him for Christmas.
So about our topic, it's about truth and untruth. What do you think about that?
I think it's what we were talking about earlier, is everybody has their own truth. Everybody has their own. What's right for them. It's not hardly anybody's going to have the same.
So what did you think about Brim's analogy when it came to the spaghetti?
Well, I thought that was a good analogy, actually. I mean, it's all tangled up in there, and you just sort it out. And doesn't mean that part of it's not still spaghetti. It just means you separated it out somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's
I
all.
don't know.
Spaghetti.
His wisdom lately is different.
Yeah, trying to make human analogies.
Yeah, it's funny because he doesn't have a prejudice, but I guess he doesn't mind angels, but I guess he has a problem with them to a point, because I guess he doesn't mind them, but he doesn't want to talk to them.
You didn't want to hang out with them?
No, he doesn't want to hang out with angels. She's like, nah, I'm sad, thanks.
It's funny.
And I'll try, like, because there's an angel side to everybody, and and I'm like, when I try to talk about angels, I hear, oh my lord, here, oh my, I think his problem is, though, and it's kind of my problem too, so it's probably feeding off that, or I am, one or the other, that I think my problem with that, with the whole thing with angels, is it got too mucked up with the religions,
Yeah.
and I've realized that it's not them, it's the way they're portrayed, and that's what he doesn't like, how things were portrayed. He says no, they're not, but everybody, and he doesn't want to be around that kind of energy where, you know, because you really can't tell with them. He says he can't tell. He has a hard time with angels.
Hmm. Well,
I mean,
angel.
he's a divine being and he talks to him, but I guess in reality, spirit, up in the heavens, like, or whoever, space, whatever, angels and dragons, I kind of guess don't get along anyway. They work together, but they're not like, hey, let's have a cup of tea together, kind of thing.
It's been my reasoning and understanding is that everybody kind of hung out to their own realms for such a long time, and now they're all trying to come together to help us. So they're all trying to learn how to work together. The galactics, the angelics, the interdimensionals are all trying to work together when they've actually been separate for such a long time in their own realms.
Yeah,
But
because
I,
the two most powerful entities in the universe are angels and dragons.
yeah, yeah. And I didn't really ever, I mean, I've always identified with angels because I've had Archangel Michael with me pretty much all my life. And my focus has always been on the angelic, not the religious angelics, but the actual angelic realm. And then when I started branching out several years back, trying to learn about galactics and interdimensionals, um, I actually learned a little more about the angels, and especially with all the different channelers that are coming through, worldwide. There's so many different collectives that are all coming through now through different people. It's just, like Cryon was like the only one forever. I mean, he started back in 1998, and hardly anybody knew him or what he was about unless you were very, very, very spiritual. And then now there's channelers everywhere. There's collectives coming through to lots and lots of people, you know, and they're explaining that they're not individual. None of them are individual. And Cryon did a whole video on that, on how humans tend to label things. They give angels names and bodies and superpowers, when in reality they're one big collective, and there's no one over the other. They all work together. It's just that some have specific jobs, but they work as a collective.
Do you want to
And
hear a story of something that happened a long time ago?
mhm.
Okay, this is when this happened 40 years ago, and I didn't know who it was until now, but this happened 40 years ago. I'm in high school. They're talking about history. I was always fascinated with history. This is why I got kicked out of school, partway anyway, out of the classroom. But yeah, anyway, we're talking about they're talking about history and about American history, right?
Hmm.
And they were going on and on and on and on, and I'm sitting there going, I've heard this whole song and dance before, and I closed my eyes. You know how you just get tired of it and you just close your eyes wishing you were somewhere else?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I closed my eyes and I wished I was somewhere else but here, but in that classroom at the time, because he was a nice teacher, but he kept talking about history and this stuff. It didn't jive with me, and it was really irritating. And I had to sit in that class for like an hour, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't take this. So he starts rambling, going on and on and on. I closed my eyes. I pictured myself staring out a ship window, looking at Earth. Well, I'm looking out and I'm like, huh, there's a mountain at the North Pole. I wonder if that's where Eden is. This is before I even realized who I was or anything. I'm looking over the ship, standing out, looking off this ship, and I don't know where I was, but I was just looking out a ship window, looking at Earth. Like, huh, interesting planet. Wait a minute. What am I doing? And I'm like, I started becoming aware. Where am I? Is this real? You know, this is the first time that I'm like, huh? What's going on? What's going on? I'm not in the classroom anymore, and I'm looking out and I'm looking around. I'm in a room, and it looked like a futuristic room. It had white tables, but it kind of looked like a futuristic room, you know, kind of like made out of stones and crystals, but futuristic. And I didn't know where I was, but I'm looking out the window, and I was just doing that, and then and all of a sudden I went back into the classroom, and the class was just about over. The teacher's got a red face, and I'm like, why is he mad? And he goes, Mr. Bowles, he goes, yeah, you need to go to the office. You can't be in this classroom no more. I'm like, what? What did I do? So I go to the principal's office. And I'm like, what did I do? I was sitting here, I close my eyes, I'm looking out the window, and I'm watching Earth. I really didn't say that to him. I'm like, I go to the principal's office, I'm like, yeah, I was sitting in the classroom, and the teacher was talking. I closed my eyes for a minute, and maybe I fell asleep, and then I woke up. He says, I can't be in the classroom anymore. He goes, you know what happened? And he goes, for 45 minutes, the teacher was trying to shut you up, and you were talking about and how American history was wrong, and how that it's a big fabrication by the school system. And he went into the whole thing, this whole spew of what happened and all this and that, and I'm like, I don't know. What are you talking about? But but that's the first time Brim ever showed up. I didn't know who it was. And to this day, I think it was him, because for 45 minutes he said, you were talking in a deep voice, and you were just spouting out this and that and this and that, and the history books is a piece of toilet paper to wipe your butt with. And I totally went off. I didn't even know it was. I don't know what happened, but apparently I got kicked out of the class, and they never wanted me in the classroom again. And he called me what do they call it? An anarchist. An anarchist is what he called me, because everything that he said about American history, I basically told him was crap. And I went into this whole detailed thing, and I don't remember even doing it. I was up in the ship, so I don't know what's going on. That was the first time I knew that there was somebody else here with me.
Wow.
when I
That's
was kicked
funny.
out of class. Yeah.
Well,
So they shoved me to Western civilization. That's where they put me. Because he was showing about world history and he was talking about Americans and the way he said it. I was like, it's a big fabrication. Y'all unalived all those Native Americans. And I was going on. I went on about everything. He did not like that. And then we go in the class, like after I got kicked out of the class, the teacher would never walk near me. He wouldn't even look at me.
that's funny.
He would not want nothing to do with me.
You probably scared him.
Even the people in the class were like, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. You said the history book's a piece of toilet paper.
I probably thought you were possessed.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know what. This was
Kinda
back
were.
in. It was back in 1990, 91.
Yeah.
Right after I was baptized in the water, and I was a Christian at the time, and I don't know what came over me, and I just went blah 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 blah. Oh, they did not like that whatsoever. He's like, "Ah, lucky I don't expel you from class."
Well, they still don't
I'm like,
like it.
what? Because you don't like my views? Well, Brim's views apparently. Because I told him it was all a fabrication. That he said Columbus did not find America first, so you need to go on with that. It was the Vikings, and this and that, and about 2 or 3 years later, guess what happened? It was proven that there was Viking spearheads in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And then when and that was back in 1993. I was in a store, and the teacher he didn't speak to me for like years. He would avoid me. But after I graduated and I was out of school, we were in a store one day. Food Lion. Was it Food Lion? No, it was a Victory supermarket. We were in a Victory supermarket and we're walking around, and he happened to see me, and I'm like, "Hey, Mr. Greenwood." He's like, he goes, "So, you remember that stuff you said?" I go, "Yeah." I didn't know a damn thing I said. I just said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you talked about that the Vikings were here first and this and that, and American history was bullcrap." He says, I can't believe I'm going to actually say this, but you were right."
Wow.
I mean, they know that now.
Yeah, because he said, like, in 1993, he said, "I can't believe that you said the Vikings were the original ones that founded America, or found America again. And then when you talked about the certain cultures and the Native Americans and where they came from," he's like, "and I did some research, and that's exactly what I came up with." He goes, "Where did you get this information?" I go, he goes, did you look at anybody from any of those colleges or anything?" He's like, "Or read any books?" I'm like, "No." "How do you know this?" I go, like, "Well, God told me." I don't know what else to call it at the time. Like, "God told me." He goes, "That's impressive." But yeah, and to this day, I'm like, it's like Brim told him off, and like, this is what it is. He goes, "Well, you spit the facts and they were true." So I'm like, "Oh, well, thank you." Little did he know I was the one sitting on a ship looking at Earth, saying, "Wonder why there was a mountain in the North Pole."
Well, and they taught me better history than they taught my children, and now my grandchildren are learning even less. and my children did.
Wow.
Because a lot of times when they would come home and talk about it, I would tell them, there's a lot more to it than that. And we would talk about it, but not enough people know that to be able to do that, or their kids don't come home and tell them, or they're not interested in the first place,
Yeah.
Right.
So what they're
And
teaching kids now is fantasy, pretty much.
yeah, pretty much. And then when I got to be what was it? After he said that, he said he quit teaching and instead of looking at researching history after I said that to him. So I inspired him to look further into it. And he was like blown away. And then I went into I was going to be a preacher. I went into the preaching thing, and because I wanted to be a lawyer, and I wanted to, or something happened, something with the judicial system. Wasn't sure, and I wanted to be a minister. So I dove into that and see where the ministry led, but there was a lot of things that I didn't agree with. Like, I know now that it was true, that there was a lot of things that didn't make sense to me, and back in 1995, 96 maybe, I was like, this isn't making any sense. A lot of this that's coming out is a lot of fiction, and it seems like it's contradicting itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I started to realize there's more in the universe than meets the eye. Because back then, everybody they all had this. It seemed like an agenda, and I was a believer, and I went to different churches. I started going to different groups and seeing what they're about. At first, I listened to the Mormons. Oh my Lord! I wanted to stick my head and slam it in the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went and listened to Jehovah's Witnesses. I couldn't deal with them either. They were just too much for me. And then I was like, okay, so I went to different denominations of being a Baptist. I went to this Baptist, that Baptist. They all seemed like it wasn't right. And I've noticed there was a pattern with them. And I've always talked about patterns. And I thought about the patterns that were within the religions. And I noticed that they always want to teach the New Testament. They don't want to talk about the Old Testament. They want to talk about the New Testament. And when they talk about the New Testament, all they want to talk about is tithing, what Jesus did for you, and the story of Jesus. It was either the story of Jesus, the Ten Commandments occasionally, or about tithing. Those were the topics they always hit, and I was getting annoyed by that. I must have went to about 50 different churches, and I'd give them a fair chance. I would go periodically during certain times, and over like 2 or 3 months here and there in each church to see what it was about. Give it a fair shake. I was trying to find what spiritual thing I wanted to do. And they didn't mix with me, so I started getting into Wiccan magic and stuff like that. And that felt more natural and more about yourself. That's why I like the Wiccan magic, because the Wiccan was more about the natural way of things, getting in touch with yourself, that you can do this. You don't need some magical sky daddy to come down here and help you. That it was, you can learn if you put your mind to it. You can learn and accomplish and heal and manifest anything if you set your mind into right state. Then, this is where it all started, though, the spirituality for me, and this kind of veered me off from the Christian aspect. Was a lot of the Wiccan magic, and a lot of that was the truth lied within that, because It was all about positivity, what I read. And I read a lot of Wiccan books too. It was about positivity, whether you could manifest things yourself, and everything about you need to know is within yourself. You want to know about your past? Look at your hands. Or look within yourself. And then, one time I actually tried it, I tried to, I was like, yeah, let me try something. So I tried to manifest myself $100. And within like a month, I manifested $100. It came to me. So I was like, you know what? This is how I should do it from now on. Don't rely on the outer world and their indoctrinations or some magical sky daddy to help me, because the only one that's going to help anybody is when you help yourself. And when you help yourself with the guidance of others that are spiritual, that'll lead you to a different path and make you stronger. And I realized over the time, as I started progressing, I started seeing ghosts, paranormal things happen. And every time I started going down that path, I realized that there was a lot of people that actually believed in that, and that's the path I decided to go on. Because I knew, I didn't really take the whole Bible and say, oh, it's a piece of crap, and I'm not listening to that. I took the important parts out that resonated with me, that I feel is true. And then I was like, you know what? I started to do some research. And I researched and researched. I went to different cultures. I looked into different cultures and found out, why is this like this? And come to find out, a lot of the scriptures were from different ideologies, like the pagan religion. They were taking from Sumerians and all the different cultures, and they put it all into a book and said that one man did it. It wasn't just... And all the different cultures, and they put it all into a book and said that one man did it. It wasn't. And so when I realized that, within every element of thinking, there's an element of truth. Why? How is that? Why is that there? And I was like, And then, it goes back to my favorite Bible verse, when God made us in His image and in our likeness. So that again told me that there was many gods on this planet. The people associated with a god, they weren't really a god. They were not a god at all. They were more of an angel claiming to be a god. But the one true creator was the one that brought Jesus down here. He was the creator that created the earth. And everybody, and it really bugs me about some of the Christians today, that they don't see that. They see it as all one God. And that's my major problem, I think, and I have a problem with angels, is because everybody wants to paint a picture that it's all the heavenly realm and all of the gods and this and that are all, all one. But it's really not. It's a separate thing altogether. You have to break it down. And when you realize that is when you truly get the understanding of what's really in the Bible, because the Bible is a map like anything else. You follow that map and you get the understanding by looking at the world around you. That is where I've got the understanding that there's more in the universe than what you think. Because if you were a Neanderthal, you're out there clubbing your wife and you're tucking her into your cave, you see a guy come out of a ship and he's firing lasers out of his hands or something, you're going to call him a god. And that's exactly what happened. They said they were a god, but they weren't really a god at all. God is a title. The real true creator is love and compassion. And that's where Jesus came from. And that is the Christ consciousness I follow. Now all the rest, is just what? Unimportantness. Because to me, it's unimportant to an aspect of I'm not going to follow that because that's not how I am. I'm more about learning to be that Christ consciousness, to be that awakened soul that inspires people to do better. As I look at that other stuff and go, so, they're meant to be here for a reason. We're meant to learn from that. Even though they're doing evil tasks and evil deeds, they still come down here to teach us. Some of them probably didn't want to do it, but they had to. But they came down here to teach us. They played a part of those things in order for us to learn, in order for us to ascend. And through that, we became a greater person. And look at it today. The world's out there beating us down all the time. Don't look at it as a negative thing. Look at it as a positive thing. What can we learn from that? And that is why I became a minister. Because I have that understanding now that you have to accept everybody for who they are. You can love them from afar, but you love them with that unconditional love, with that sincerity, that love and compassion you have for anybody. Everybody's down at this earth for a different path. We have to follow that path that we're meant for. Yes, sometimes you're going to have a roadblock. That happens. That's why you have other spiritual people to help you, to guide you in that path. And thus, when you work together with another, you become a collective equal. They're fighting against the evilness, the negativity on this earth. Because without that negativity, without that balance, we would be pretty good. Then what would we learn? Absolutely nothing. But order us for them to learn, they needed to come down here and do those things. Put that roadblock in front of us. Because if you think of remember Jonah, he had it all. He got ate by a whale after he lost everything. Why did he go through that? Because God was trying to show him there was lessons to be learned. And what did he do? He got it all back and he became greater. Same thing what Jesus said. When Jesus came out, he goes, don't be me. Don't be me. Be yourself. Because you will be greater than me. It's the same thing with the heavenly beings up there. They said, don't go to them whining and crying and not doing the work yourself. They will only help you if you help yourself. How can you dare love somebody if you can't love yourself? Again, what's it always go back to? It always go back about loving yourself and being with yourself, learning. Then you use that to help other people. What do you think about that, honey?
I think it's probably pretty spot on. When I started learning about, I think it's probably pretty spot on. When I started.
I guess honey can't speak. Hello?
Now, let me see if I can talk. Can I talk?
Yeah,
Now, let me see if I can talk.
I think you're
Can I talk?
reverbing. Oh, I guess not. Yes, exactly. But it is. It is because, you know, what's to say that? Remember how Thor? Now, here's what I told you. I see similarities. If you look at Odin, Odin, Odin was depicted as an old man with a long beard. He threw lightning bolts from his hand. So did Zeus. The Christian God, they say throws lightning bolts. They pictured him several times doing that. What's to say that the same story has been handed out all this time? So what's to say that it's all the same story, just different names and different things happen? Kind of like that old story of, you tell somebody a sentence and it goes around the room, and by the end, it's not the same sentence. Kind of look at it like that. That maybe possibly that Thor, Hercules, and Jesus are almost the same person, but maybe they're just different aspects and perceptions of people's thoughts. And maybe it's the same person, just they see it differently in how they perceive it. Maybe Odin, Zeus, and God are all the same, or in other cultures too. It's the same story, it's just been told through the millennia, and it kind of gets lost, translated, misconstrued, and it became a separate entity within its own. Yeah. I think it's all the same story. It's just passed through several different interpretations. There's even parts of the Bible missing. Why? It makes you wonder. Why they want us to focus on the New Testament, not the Old Testament? I don't understand that either. Catholics, the Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses. I'll talk about the New Testament. Yeah, me too. I asked too many questions, and I was like, what? You said to ask questions? If you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. So I'd ask them, but then, they wouldn't answer them at all. They would just push it away. Or, you don't need to worry about that. Well, yeah, I do. The Old Testament. The best part of what two of them said to me, I couldn't believe I actually heard them say it. So why do you focus on the New Testament instead of the Old Testament? They said this, no lie, word for word. Why do we need to study about the history? Because that is not important. The New Testament's more important than the Old Testament. I thought about that, and I was like, I don't agree with that. I never agreed with that. Because in order to know your future, you have to know your past and where you're going. How are you able to control where your destiny lies if you don't know the past and where we came from and how we came to be? And that's the moment I realized there's something going on, and I didn't agree with it. That there's a lot of untruth because they couldn't answer the simple questions. He said he read and went to college. He went all these colleges to learn all this stuff. I asked him a simple question: where did Cain go when he was exiled from around Adam and Eve? Where'd he go? Who is Cain speaking to? They were going to unalive me. Who is he speaking to? No one ever answered. I was like, okay, so if we pass on, here's another question. If we pass on, why am I going to go to heaven and come back down and jump in my body and go back to heaven again? I thought once we go to heaven, we have a new name and we need a new body. So if I die, I go to heaven, why am I going to go back into my body and ascend back to heaven and get a new name and a new body again? That makes no sense. And then I like the part where it says everybody goes to hell. I was like, hell. Nobody going to hell either. And a lot of things that they don't want to tell you, it's in the Bible. It's there, clear as day, that all these people that sinned will have a second chance to be on this earth. That's not what they're going to tell you. They want you to think and have that fear of, oh, the Bible is the end-all, be-all. You're going to doom and gloom, this and that. But they don't tell you that you're going to have a second chance, even if you're a sinner. Because when you pass out in your sleep, there's something called the 1,000-year reign, is where the holy city of Jerusalem comes down, and Satan's going to be thrown into the abyss. That they're going to raise those people that were bad. They're going to raise them and have them walk the earth. That's their second chance. Because if they go, what they can do right now, if they were in hell, here's a logical thing: if they were in hell, then that means they were already judged. Then there'd be no point for the white throne judgment, because that white throne judgment is if your name's in that book of life. If your name's not in the book of life, then you exit stage left and go into the fiery pit and whatever they want to doom and gloom you to. And that didn't make any sense. If you're in hell, why are you going to go back to hell? That doesn't make sense. Because they would simply say, well, you let Satan tempt me. Yeah, but we gave you free will, but you still put that in my life. They could use that. So that's why this time, when they get that second chance, Satan's going to be down there, cut off from humanity and the Antichrist or whoever. You're going to be cut down there. So, again, there'll be no sin on the planet, and the only sin is within yourself. If you intend to do bad, then it's you doing bad. That's what I always said, that Source doesn't know good and evil. It's the intent behind it. Does that make any sense? That's why I don't listen to a lot of the preachers, because their intention is wrong. And it kind of misconstrues things. So what we need to do is bring forth the light. And that's why I say, let our light shine out. Show the world who you are. Show the world your authentic self. Be who you are.
Right. And when I first started reading all of those things and figuring all that out, I was probably only 11 or 12. And then I started realizing how much of the Bible they had actually changed the wording on purpose. And we did an entire series in church on how the translations were changed and obscured, and just, so much of it, when you just get right down to it, if you look at all the major religions in the world, they have one common denominator, and then it branches out from all of that, and everybody just kind of makes up their own stuff to fit whatever rules their society wants to follow. And when people left England and came over here, they did it to flee being forced into one religion. So they came over here and formed all their little pacts and tried to force other people into their religions. They were doing the same thing to everybody here that was being done to them over there. It was just compounded by numbers here. So they
1492.
And they started indoctrinating, the indigenous and other peoples that had been here for a long time, and just really indoctrinating and beating literally out of people their own beliefs. And the whole thing was, you go back to Constantine, it was all construed. They just wanted people to get along. They didn't want a war. And so, he wanted everybody to change over to Christianity. He was, he thought it was delightful, and he just thought everybody ought to do that. And he knew it would make a lot of people mad. So they just put it all together so that the pagans and the Christians could get along. So that's why the Christian things are almost the same as the pagan holidays and things. They follow the seasons, and then they made up the whole. I think Jesus really did come. I believe he came and had the whole revolution thing, and they twisted that around too. And rather than listening to his message, they changed the message, deified him, and then made up this whole story about him being born at Christmas and, on the cross by Easter. None of that makes sense. If you look into astrology, none of that makes sense. He wasn't born in winter, and certainly he walked the earth much longer and did teachings much longer than the 3.5 years that they talk about in the Bible.
Exactly, and that's another thing too that brings me back to the point of what I said earlier. Do you remember how Thor died? Thor sacrificed himself in Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm.
He died. Same thing with Hercules. Hercules defeated a giant. He defeated one of the gods, and he also became unalived.
Yeah.
See, it's the same story. All three of them had sacrificed themselves for the greater good of humanity. It's just flood. Like that's like
the flood is a story in mythology. Multiple places that were written thousands of years before Jesus ever came. Before the Bible, before supposedly the Garden of Eden. These stories had already been written down as myths before the Bible came into being. They just went around and found scrolls from different places, and they had a council, the Council of Nicene, and they said, well, this looks good. And they have determined beyond a shadow of a doubt that Leviticus were just rules for the Levitical monks that lived at that time. And those were like the house rules. You know, you don't diddle little kids, and you don't do this, and you don't do that. And, you know,
Right.
all those were just house rules for the monks. They were not meant to be in a Bible for everybody to see and look at and follow. And it was actually meant to protect the little boys that worked in the monastery, you know, for sure. So I don't know. It's just they've changed. Everything's changed, and the evangelical movement is so weird. One of my past lives came up because of that, because I've always been pretty liberal with everything, and I felt like I was very open and honest with my children and raised them to be broad-minded, you know, and to understand that not every single thing in the Bible was the absolute, and that their relationship with themselves and God were the most important thing. And then my oldest had somehow gravitated into the evangelical orbit and is raising her children like that, and they say the most appalling things. And I went through a pretty severe period of severe high anxiety, and that's when my past life came up, that at one time I was an indigenous healer who had 3 children that were taken from me and sent away to be indoctrinated into the Christian faith, and they were taken from me because I refused to be indoctrinated. I refused to let go of my tribal wisdoms and knowledges, and so my anxiety was from seeing my child, you know, do that, to go away from her inner knowings and the things that I had brought her up to believe. And what I finally had to come to the realization, with a lot of help from others that I talked to and a lot of meditation and my guides, is that I have to trust her and my grandchildren on a soul level, that they will find their purpose, that they will eventually know. And even if they don't, that's their purpose, their life purpose.
Right.
And we all make a choice before we come here. And it could be that she chose a life, she chose to live this life in that atmosphere, in that, you know, maybe she was curious. Why would somebody live like that, away from God? You know, maybe that's something her soul needed to learn. I don't know. Or maybe she'll come to it later, which I've been told she will, and I should just relax. I get the message surrender a lot from my guides. Just surrender. Just let it go. God, you know, you, God. When you go in that box and you're asking God for favors and questions and help, on the other side of that box is you. You're the one you're asking help from. And so that's where your answers come from, is you. And we just have to remember that all the time, and to know we have to trust everyone at a soul level to know that they know they're on whatever path they're supposed to be on. So we can't, again, we're coming back to the topic here tonight. There's no right or wrong. There's no truth or untruth. There's what you know, what you feel, the way you're supposed to be going. And if that's your way, then we're going to love you all the way there. You know, if that's the way you're meant to go, we're going to keep loving you. And hopefully you'll keep loving us unconditionally as we go our way, our path, you know? So rather than anybody getting on TikTok or Twitter or Instagram or whatever your modality is, and saying I'm right and everybody else is wrong, that's not going to work. because we're all right. We're all right where we're supposed to be. And even though I
Right.
get irritated at myself that I waited, that it took me all these years, it seems like I should have got it younger, because I know I was on the right path. I know I was looking in all the correct places for me. It still took me an awful long time to come to the conclusions that I did. And I'm still growing, all these years later. I'm still growing and changing and learning. Um, Sometimes I feel like I'm never going to get it, but I kind of already got it. I don't know. It's just I gotta stop worrying about everybody else. We all have to stop worrying about what everybody else thinks, what everybody else does or says. We can only do what we do in our own selves, in our own souls, and we
Right.
travel the journey that we're meant to travel and learn the lessons that we're meant to learn. And there'll be those excuse me, talking about the dark and the light. Everybody will eventually come to the light. Every knee will bow. There will be those few souls that have been pent away from God for so long that their little souls are just dark and shriveled, and they may not ever make the choice to come back into the light. And that's going to be their choice. And that's where they'll spend their eternity, is in the dark. But it's their choice. So,
Right.
and you listen to all these near-death experiences, and, so many of them have a common theme. But if you really look at them, they're very individualized, honestly, based on beliefs. How, there's people who talk about seeing heaven, and there's people who talk about seeing space, and then people who talk about they saw hell. There's all sorts of experiences out there, and I think that they're just meant to happen for us at that particular time. And then you have the ones that come back and they had the whole experience,
And
that
and that brings up another point, that all those people that had those different experiences, if some people says hell, some people see heaven, some people see space, it makes you wonder though. I've been seeing patterns of that a lot of people, that's what they are. If you see heaven, that means that you're a heavenly, you're an angelic. You come from the angelic realm, but if you're in space, you come from the spatial realm. That's kind of every time. Now, when I almost unalive 7 times of myself and the other counts without my acknowledgement, it happened. So out of all 9 of them, I was completely gone. They said I was gone, and then I came back in 2 or 3 minutes. Some was even 4 or 5. Well, when I came back, everything was different. I was more awakened. And I realized that every single time, like one time I was on a beach, and she said, "What are you doing? You need to go back." There was another time where most of the times, I was floating in space. I would either see the Palladian or an angel there saying, "Hey, what you doing? You ain't your time, go back." And sometimes I was in space, I seen a wormhole. Hey, you can't go there yet. You're not ready. It's not your time yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep sending me back. That's what I seen. And sometimes when I come back, something different happens. I've gotten more awakened, you should say, because of that experience, that a lot of people don't value those NDEs. And, you should, because They are bringing back information that you
Very
need to
valuable.
learn.
Yeah, valuable information for everyone. And again, I mean, use your discernment and take what resonates with you and then leave the rest. But it is true that they're sent back for a reason. And sometimes they're told that. You know what? You got off track. You know, we've been trying to help you. We've been trying to guide you. You got off track, and now you need to go back and honor what you said you were going to do for this life.
And I was sent back 9 times.
Well, and you're stubborn that way, you know.
And you know, a lot of that is too that they all said you have more work to do. It's still something you need to do. And all my life, I've never felt connected to my body. Like, this is only just a realm I exist in. I'm much greater than this. I'm only here. And it's funny that you said that you're a spatial being living in a human body. Because when I said that years and years ago, when I was like 10, because they put me with a counselor, and he says, well, how are you today? And I said, I'm doing okay. He's like, and I was like, he goes, so you still feel that you're not connected to my body? And the smartest thing that I ever said, which made his mouth like looked at me confused, I was like, yeah, you know, I'm not like everybody else. He goes, well, what do you mean? I was like, you know, and this is 10 years old now, so I said, you know I'm built for something greater. What do you mean? This is only a body. It's a shell. At the end of the day, you can say whatever you want and do whatever you want to my human self. It doesn't matter to me, because at the end of the day, if you were just to get in a fight with me and say that, you know, all those bad things at the end of the day, or even hurt my body, I would just say, you still suck. Nothing really changes. You can affect this outside. You can affect my human husk. And I call it a husk. I said, you can affect my human husk, but you know what? You can't affect my mind. Once my mind says that I'm not here, then, you know, I'm not here. Well, let me go you on a minute. It's like, I ain't taking no medications. Because I know that I'm a spiritual being just living in this life. I know what I am. I'm just living in this life for the here and now, because I have work to do. I know I'm here for something greater, and I'm not taking medication. And you might think that me not being connected to my body is a bad thing. I think it's not a bad thing at all. It's actually a good thing, because now I can discern what the difference is between the world and the spiritual realm. Because when knowing that, I know who I am and who I'm going to be. So no, I'm not taking this medication. And you want to sit there and say I shouldn't listen to my voices? My voices never said anything bad to me. They never told me anything bad. So again, with you telling me that you want to feed me medication because I'm saying that I don't feel connected to my body and I'm hearing voices, and then I'm seeing spirits, I'm seeing people that walk around, and you want to give me medications for all that? No, I'm not. See, you might think of it as it's a bad thing. I look at it as a good thing. Because if it was to stop, then I would probably go nuts, because I'm so used to it. I'm used to going, and I'm used to hearing the voices. I'm used to this. I'm used to that. And if I stopped it, I would go batshit crazy. And that brings me back to the point of when I came, before I went to do this trip to California. I had all my guides and every voice speaking to me. I allowed myself to be duped down to thinking that I didn't need those voices. So I tethered them down, and I didn't use the advice of my guides. And I didn't hear no voices. I heard no one speaking. And I've never felt so lost until I took my power back and became who I was supposed to be. Because once I gave that power up, I was confused, lost, distraught, annoyed, and that made me feel completely crazy. I thought I was losing my freaking mind. But then when I realized, you know what? I kept, I was watching, I was on the TV. I was watching TV when I was in California. I was watching TV as everybody else was gone. And I was their hated person at the time. I turned on the TV and I was watching a movie. At the end of the movie, there was it's one of my favorite. It was a labyrinth. And if it wasn't for the labyrinth, I probably wouldn't have done it either because the labyrinth gave me power. And it said, you know what? I gave you everything you wanted. And it made me think of somebody else too. When Jareth says to her, Sarah, I gave you everything you wanted. I even gave you my love, Sarah. And what did Sarah say? You have no power over me. And that right there made me realize I gave my power over. He might have given her everything, but he also took something from her. Her humanity, her love, her compassion, but she took it back at the end. And she conquered it. And I was like, you know what? That's what's happening to me right now. I need to take that power back. And I took that power back. And that is one of the most inspirational movies to me because it makes me wonder about being my authentic self. Speak the truth, speak the wisdom, speak the light. And when I seen since January, I've seen some magical and spiritual things. I really wish that I was away where I could have put everything that I seen through these eyes that was spiritual anyway, and play them and let you see it all. Because if you would see what I've seen, then you'd understand what it is and what it's like. When you're sitting in interstellar space, you're watching all these little planets, all these little balls. And inside these balls, many universes, many galaxies, many hundreds and thousands and billions and trillions of people in each one of those globes. There was billions of them out there. And you can sit there and you feel love, hate, compassion, admiration. When you feel all of those emotions at the same time, then you'll be truly enlightened and you'll know what it's like to be in that love and that presence of greatness. And where was that greatness? Was it because I was in the universe? Did I have a magical sky daddy that showed me it? No. What it was through my eyes and my determination and being my authentic self and raising my vibration to a certain level, I got to see the most wonderful thing ever. I've been to a place where no human has ever been. And you know what? I want every human to experience that. Once you experience that solitude, that place up there, when you see interstellar space, I'm telling you, your mind would just be like Swiss cheese. Because when you see the pure and infinite love and compassion that the universe has for us, you would be truly amazed. Your life will never be the same again once you experience that. And I wish I could show it to all of you.
I think that's why I like to listen to Cryon so much, is because he speaks of that and says he's never been embodied. He can't even imagine what it would be like to, be away from God. And he says all of the collectives, he's a collective. He's not an individual person. And he said they all speak as a collective. And the different channels that come through, they just give them names because That's what humans want, are names. But he talks about how if we only knew how much we were loved, if we only knew how blessed and divine we truly are and how brave we truly are, we would never look at ourselves the same again. He said, you can't even imagine how we see you, how much we admire you, and you think you have a puny little human life when you're out there doing all kind of things in the worst conditions, in such density. The energy is so dense, it's so hard, and you have no memory of what it's like to be with God. And so you're just out here operating on your own, trying to remember, trying to collect all the little pieces to put it all back together again each time you come here. And he said there's people lined up that want to come to Earth, that want the human experience, that it's all they want to do is come to Earth to go to school. He said, and then there's those of us like me, where I can't even imagine doing it. I'm not brave enough. I don't want to. I'm not going to leave God. I can't even imagine leaving God. And so I think that's why he many of his, whenever I listen to, especially his long ones where he's just talking and he's not teaching in classes, they just bring me to tears when he talks about how much we're loved, how it's just unimaginable to us how valued we are in the multiverse, that everybody right now has their eyes on us. They're all watching us because they're just in amazement at how much we've been able to accomplish in such a short time. We've had to start over like 4 or 5 times, but 7. Well, and now we're done with that, and we're in that time where this is the time. This is where many of us, why we came here at this specific time, even though we're different ages, all of us, we still all came to be instrumental during this period of time, during whatever our time is, to do what we're doing. And this will be the time when some of us will ascend. And, the earth is going to ascend. She's waited long enough, and she's going to ascend. And we need to move on with her, or, as Dolores Cannon says, shift over into, or stay in the 3D world, and the rest will be shifted out into 5, 6D, where we can't, it's just going to be so beautiful. And we're going to, like you said, when you go into a world filled with nothing but love, I can't wait to experience that, where everybody truly is love. And there's no judgment, finger pointing, personalities, none of that. We're all just love and learning and sharing energy and sharing. There was a guy on TikTok, he was talking about the ships and the orbs that he's been seeing. And he was talking about how, what it must be like. He said when they invented the microscope, he said, can you imagine the first person that ever saw all those millions of little bitty things that are all floating around in and around and on us that we didn't even know were there? And he said, someone's going to invent a macroscope, and then we're going to see everything that's floating around in the air all around us, up above and around, all the worlds that are going on all around us at the same time. And
that brings up another point that I'm going to share this because I don't think I've shared this part yet. When I was admiring the beauty of interstellar space, Me and Area and Epi was sitting there talking, and I think it's time for me to share the story that when we were sitting up there and looking at interstellar space and seeing the beauty, and then they said that I was the only human that ever experienced this, and hopefully more will. She said, Epi points out all through the universe, interstellar universe. She said, humans have been all over the place. Humans want to know why they're so special. Because they have restarted, no matter what it is. They have restarted 7 times. They've been annihilated by different species, and they still come back stronger than anybody else in the universe. The Earthlings, Terrans as they call them, or Tartarians, they've had different names during the time. They were called Humanas, they were called Terrans, Tarans, and now it's Earthlings, humankind, whichever. We've had 7 different reincarnations on different planets. Then we almost ruled the universe at one time. We were annihilated. Zillions of planets were destroyed. And she said, this right here was the last shred of humanity. And they created this ball here, this ball for us to grow. They didn't put many beings around us because they wanted us to learn. They would come down and they would help us and guide us. And they didn't want us to be very young and very smart and live forever. No, they had to break it down and rebuild it because humanity, for all that it ever was, we were a fast evolving race. We moved faster than any of them up there ever could. Look, within 100 years, we went from the Stone Age, we went back to modern civilization with technology. None of those races ever done that. We extend, and if you think for one moment that their planets they're all happy about some of their planets, no, there are some planets up there that look really nasty. Earth is a beautiful place. We need to respect Mother Gaia and Earth because
if we look back at all the inventions and the things that the different ages we came into, we kind of came into them all at one time, like each invention one at a time. The veil was lifted just enough for some people to come up with certain interventions,
and
like
who lifted that veil? Do you know who lifted that veil? Humanity lifted it.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, humanity is the Arcturians, the Palladians, the tall whites. They all admire humanity because we can be we were a Type 10 civilization. We were a Type 10. We were the strongest civilization in everywhere. We were a Type 10. We could knock ourselves back down the totem hole, and now we're going back up faster than ever.
But
because
those things were given at a specific time, so we could grow, but we couldn't outgrow ourselves because look what we did in Atlantis and Lemuria. We got greedy and power hungry, and so now these things are just sort of handed out at specific times during the world. But one specific thing that was said was that, like flight, it hasn't been very long at all that we've been able to fly airplanes and fly objects, even though birds and all the kites and all of the things, we'd been doing all those things for years. It was like nobody had the idea to build a plane until all of a sudden a few people had that idea, took it and Like the Wright brothers came up with it just right before the French did, and then the British, I think, were right behind. And so we were given that opportunity as we were able to handle it, because
Exactly.
we mishandled so many things prior.
We did.
We got too much too fast, and we got greedy and stubborn, and probably egotistical.
Yeah,
But you look back
they were
at,
pretty narcissists.
yes, you look back at some of the Egyptian gods that had, so much power, and like in Lemuria and Atlantis, those people were brilliant, and they didn't use it for good. They were using it for harm. And so,
And that brings us back. That brings it back to the point is when you was talking to me. She said that humans have been all over the universe. They're the strongest ones in the universe now, and they're the fastest progressing. That's why everybody is here now. They're all eyes are on humanity because humanity, it went from the brink of extinction to coming back stronger, faster than ever. And that's what the human race does. If you look at our history, and so many times we've annihilated each other, but we're still there. We're still coming back. And we get stronger and stronger every time.
they're having a little bit more influence on us, I think, even though they cannot meddle in our business. They're
No,
not
they
allowed.
can't.
But I think they are able to have some influence on us because we are beginning to encroach on other worlds. We're causing problems with the interdimensionals and some of the other planets and galactical universes that are closer to us because of our bad habits. So
It
they're
kind of reminds me of Star Trek.
they're able to not interfere, but to
Because it's like the Prime Directive. It's like a spatial being. This is what they tell me. They cannot come down here and interact too much with humanity because if they affect the evolution or advancement of a race of people beyond their own knowledge and before their limitations, it's going to cause a problem. So it's called, there is a prime directive where they can come down and guide you by little whispers in your ear and guide you, but they can't come down here with their ships and go, here, have a free ship. And because that's going to cause us to, we're going to advance, we're going to look at that ship, and look at what we're doing with nuclear power.
right.
I mean, we found nuclear power, and instead of using that nuclear power, now this is how asinine, this is what she said, this is how asinine humanity is. You could take that nuclear bombs, you could take that energy and power your cities with it for a long time. You could actually power going to space with it. Instead, you want to pile off bombs and nuke each other. Like, why? Why would you do something so foolish? And when
Because we believe different things, and we're always othering each other and judging
exactly,
each other because we're human.
And-
we're
yes.
we're souls having a human experience.
And what she said this. She said, sometimes humanity can't get out of its own way, and there is going to be a time where we might have to come down here and extract you people again and rebuild again, but hopefully not. They don't want to have to rebuild humanity again.
I think
they're
past
giving
that,
us.
though. Aren't they past that point where they have like a big council meeting and they were trying to decide whether to scrap us one more time or not, and then we were able to pull ourselves up and increase our enlightenment across the globe enough that we finally made it over the finish line to where they thought we had a chance. So they decided.
Right now, it's still on judgment where they're deciding what to do, because at this point in time, we can either fall or we can ascend. It's on us. We're the only ones that have that choice because we have the free will to do that. Now we can choose to fall or we can choose to grow. We can choose to work together or we can choose not to. We don't need to look to the stars for any of the answers. All the answers we need. You know what? You can get the fastest space travel faster than nuclear power. That power lies on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We could be warping the galaxy right now, and we don't even have to leave the. We don't need to go to space to get that technology. All of that technology is here on the Earth.
And the
We could-
crystals that they hid.
And the crystals, yes, the crystals are the key. We could. I made a warp drive out of crystals.
Yeah.
And I seen it. I seen what they do. I seen the stuff that we could have the fastest ships in space because they gave us this planet for us to ascend, to level up, to be the people we need to be. We were the greatest people out there in the universe until, a lot of people got narcissistic and egotistical and greedy.
Well, and then we ended up in bondage, though, to the Anunnaki. And the Seven Sisters, who are normally very neutral, got so angry they came in and just kind of took care of things and gave us our spark of divinity. And we've just been going full blown ever since, And we're being cheered on by millions of different galactics and interdimensionals and angelics, and all the things are all working together to try to help us.
Yes.
They've
And the
all
major
come out of
problem
their
is they have
individual
is with the nuclear
places.
power. Because with that nuclear power, that is the same power that blasted Mars.
Right.
And with that, it caused so many problems because when that nuclear power went off on Mars, it blew up planets. It actually caused rifts through the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And, with that much energy, that's something we shouldn't even be playing with, honestly, unless we have.
When we poison the waters
mind.
for the merfolk, and we've, abused the Sasquatch and the fairies and the trolls and the others, we've done terrible things to the other realms because we're selfish, essentially. But
With that nuclear power, it destroys realms. It destroys other places. See,
when we could be using it, like you said, for a very good reason. Nuclear power doesn't have to be something we're afraid of. It could be something extremely helpful to us.
Yes,
And
because
we could be generating our own power through crystals and energy, and that's what we're going toward. Eventually, we'll have lives where our kids will learn through energy, through, learning through one another, and we'll be able to pass that knowledge down without all the stress of having to live in a structured society.
Because when you see the nuclear bomb when it goes off, what do you see first? It rises up and it turns into a mushroom, right? And then a huge wave comes across. Imagine all of those bombs going off at once. It's going to cause so much disturbance. All those nuclear waves are going to shatter different energies and frequencies. It's going to shut down things. It's going to mess up portals. It's going to mess up galaxies halfway across the universe, because all those nuclear bombs are going to cause that. So it's like you're giving your child an M16, and you're like, now don't hurt anybody. Why would you do that? And that's why they're coming down here, because they see that now we have advanced in a way where they need to kind of step in and say, hey, you guys need to knock this off. You're going to cause trouble around the universe. And that's why they're coming down here too, just because they love us, yes. But also because we have that destructive force, and that can cause everybody problems. That's what got their attention.
I was listening to Cryon today, one that was published just a few days ago, that he was talking about how he does it. He says, I'm not going to talk politics. I'm not going to bring this up ever again, but occasionally it has to come up. There's certain things that happen at a certain time in a certain place, but there's always a wild card. And, we make our own choices, we make our own manifestations, and we have the opportunity to have this wild card now where we can continue to progress into a loving, compassionate world, or we can digress into a 3D miserable experience, one or the other. But it's going to be that soul's choice, and they will eventually have an opportunity to continue to grow and advance. That opportunity is always going to be there, and then there are going to be us that are already moving around in a different dimension that are going to be there to help guide and light the way for those that want to come. And it may take them a while, but eventually they will. But, there still is going to be those certain ones that will never advance because they've just pinched themselves away too far, too long. And they're going to stay dark. And that's where you get the D words and that kind of thing. It's not that they were created that way. It's the choices they made. There's no sin. It's all choices. You make choices to go this way or that way. And, there's so many of us, and we all have so many individual personalities and traits and agendas that there's always going to be people going in completely different directions all the time. And what we have to do is love each other constantly, unconditionally, and realize that, it has to be that way. Not everyone is going to be doing everything at the same time. And I just am fascinated with the channelers now that are doing, progressive channelings where they're talking with people from the future that are telling, different scenarios where you would think that maybe it would all be the same. We would all be going to the same place, but we're not. And it's not a place per se. It's just a different way of thinking. It's a different dimensional way of thinking and soul placement. And we'll all have different ways. We'll all have different lives. But essentially, we all just travel around in our little packs. And that's where we're all going to be going, into different spaces. Some people are going to go off in the spaceships. That will be their choice. Some people will choose to ascend to a different dimension in a different way. Some are going to go back to the old ways where you have community living, where if they do happen to get rid of all of our technology somehow, they think that it'll be apocalyptic, like we'll have zombies and people being mean and rotten and hateful. And I keep going back to The Stand, Stephen King, where you had the evil versus the good, the light. There were more people who were willing to follow the light, and mostly people helped each other. It would take 5-6 months to grow some food, and we're not going to be worrying about going to a job or driving our cars or doing all the things we're doing now. We will have plenty of time to raise a garden, and our neighbors will have time to help, and we'll get to know our neighbors, and we'll all share. Everybody will have food, and everybody will have shelter, and we'll all be equal together, and we'll see each other differently. But I constantly reinforce with my kids, if you see God in the in the body, in the eyes of the person next to you, there's no way you can harm that person or think badly of them or judge them or cause bodily harm. There'll be no more wars. We won't be able to kill each other anymore, because that's like killing a piece of yourself. You know, once you realize we're all the same, we're all pieces of the same part, you won't be able to destroy one another the way we do now. And that's where we're going into. And that's what fascinates me with Dolores Cannon and Michael Newton and some of the others. Nostradamus predicted it, you know, all those years ago, that this is where we were going. And this, even Edgar Casey talked about it, and Ruth Montgomery in her channelings, you know, all those years ago. These things are all coming to pass. And
Yeah, I mean,
they're not completely the same, because free will, we have an option to manifest it differently, or, you know, but we can move things in a different direction if we all get together and do it together. We can do amazing things. And I think that small fraction of people who want to keep things the same because of power, because of control, they are starting to realize the power of the collective. And we need to be understanding that we should recognize that in ourselves as well. That we have the power within ourselves to change our whole directive, that change the way we're going to go and manifest that life that we can imagine and see ourselves living, and go back to being that 6-year-old child who is just experiencing things. You ask a kid, what do you want? Well, they want toys, they want fun, they want play. They want to get in the car and go somewhere. They're not thinking about how does that car work, or does it take gas, or do we have the money to go. They're just going to these different places and having an experience and enjoying it. And that's where we all need to be, in that childlike state of wonder, where we are experiencing our inner child and letting that inner child out to explore and have fun and live in joy. You know, we've forgotten, and now we're remembering. And that's what the purpose of a life is, to come into a new life, a new body, and spend that life remembering. You're not learning anything, you're just remembering what you already knew. It's in your DNA, it's in your cells. It's already there. You've had all those past life experiences that never left you. And all you have to do is, you know, go within and figure out how to draw from those past life experiences and put those gifts together and make them even better now. You know, it's going to be amazing. Not for everyone, not at first. But again, we have to surrender to the fact that not everyone is going to follow the same path. And it's okay if they don't. We don't have any right to tell someone that the direction they're going in is wrong, because it may not be wrong for them. That may be how they're meant to go. And, you know, and even if they're not meant to go that way, eventually their guides will get them back in place. I know my guides certainly have a way of kicking my butt and putting me back where I'm supposed to be going, you know. We talked about that the other day. I wanted to donate plasma so bad. I spent 3 to 4 weeks just trying to figure it all out, and then it was one roadblock after another, and it just never panned out. And then my guides were like, well, you don't need to be doing it. I'm like, well, you should have just said that. Why'd you put me through all that? you know? And I think a lot about my younger daughter who has had so many hurdles, losing her hearing at such a young age, having such a high IQ, and not being able to express herself for so long. And, she got her cochlear implant. She worked her tail end off to be able to be like everybody else. She didn't use a lot of she didn't fall back on the, oh, poor me, I can't hear, and go live off in an isolated place with other deaf people. She chose to be part of society, go through all the trials and tribulations and the misunderstandings that go along with people who can't hear. And she's worked and worked and had, gotten 2 degrees and has a fabulous job in life. And she still struggles and she has self-esteem, issues. But I look at her and I just have a lot of admiration for her to overcoming all the obstacles that she's had to overcome in her 36 years of life. But those are all lessons that she obviously signed up for. Now, would I take a miracle and have her hearing completely restored? Absolutely, I would. And so would she. But she would not be who she is if she hadn't gone through all the things that she went through. Neither would you be who you are had you not gone through all of the things you went through as a child and growing up with the family that you had. I look at, Hopi. She's had trials and tribulations, one right after the other. We all kind of fell into a situation where we lost our way for a little while, but we learned so much from that. I can't look back and say I wish it never happened, because I sure did learn a lot from that. I think it advanced all of us enormously. Our gifts were enormously advanced from that period of time that we kind of got lost in there a little bit, And now I appreciate everything so much more. But I'm like you. During that period of time, I lost touch with my guides. I couldn't hear them as well anymore. And they were finally just like, well, if you're having fun, just go off and have some fun. We'll get back on the path later on. And they did kick me back into the path because I was too far out from where I needed to go. And they sent people to me at specific times in my life to show me, tell me certain things that I actually, sometimes I paid attention and sometimes I didn't. But I learned my lessons from each one of those opportunities, But
Yeah.
we cannot be worrying about what anybody else thinks about us. We cannot be worrying about what anybody else believes. We can only know what we believe inside our own heart, our own soul, our own path. And we love ourselves enormously, no matter what. No matter what. We are all so deserving of the love we need to give to our own selves. And once we learn that lesson, things get easier. Do we fall back and start worrying about, well, is somebody talking about me? Is somebody spreading rumors about me? Is this, are they saying I'm wrong and I'm right? And none of that matters. What matters is, how do you feel about what it is you're doing? How do you feel about the teachings that you've given us over all these months? And how do we feel about the things we're learning from you? Now, I've had plenty of opportunities to just, blow you off and walk away. I didn't, and I've learned a lot from you. Do I agree with every single thing you say? No. But we respect one another enough to be able to talk it out, think about it, and even if we don't come to a complete agreement, we still respect each other.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, the bottom line is respect, love unconditionally, and have compassion for absolutely everyone, even the ones that you think you cannot tolerate. You still love them, You still cheer them on. You still want only the best for them as they pursue their path. So you can't flagellate yourself as Martin Luther did for all those years. You can't beat yourself with a whip saying I gotta beat it out of me, or gotta be better, or gotta be perfect. That's not what is expected of us. We're expected to be our own selves, our own soul, our own journeys, and we're all in it together. And we're gonna gravitate toward the people that we think the most like, that we resonate with the most, and we'll take pieces and parts from what they're teaching us and compile the things that we feel resonate with us and make our own journey. We're all individuals in an individual trip. So quit worrying about what anybody else thinks. Quit worrying about what anybody else is doing. We're all doing what's right for us. Don't you think, Hopi?
Exactly.
I do. I feel exactly like that. And
Huh?
saying, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Oh, I
Can
can.
you hear me, Bren?
It sounds like you're in like in a pit. Like you're in this pit and you're talking and it's like.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can't.
I can.
I can't hear her.
The most important thing is
I have
Hopi
one.
agrees with me. Right?
I do. Let me change my headphones.
Okay. We have to let go of the human ego. We need our ego. We don't want to kill our ego. Our ego is what keeps us safe. It takes all our cumulative experiences that have taught us what is harmful and what can hurt us. So it spends its time trying to protect us from those things. And sometimes we just have to set the ego on the shoulder and say, listen up, we're going to do it anyway, and it's all going to be okay. And then let the ego come with us as we go into what we don't know, and as we learn and realize it's not hurting, it's okay to have new experiences. Then our ego grows with us as opposed to fighting against us all the time. And, we have to explore and get out and explore. We're going to find some things that don't resonate with us. We're going to find some things that we don't like. We're going to find people we don't really like. But that doesn't mean we don't love them.
Right.
We love them anyway, no matter what.
Unconditional love.
That's right.
Like I said, I love everybody. I just don't like their actions.
And sometimes that's true, but we don't want to judge their actions either, because their actions are based on their judgments for what they feel they're doing is right for them. So I can't say that their pathway is worse than the one I'm on. It's just different. And I respect that and honor that. There are some things I don't respect, hypocrisy and doing things deliberately to hurt others. I can't respect that. But I can respect that they're coming from a place where they're trying to learn something themselves. So we have to give them room to do their growing and learning too, and not be upset and angry about it all the time. And we just hang with people that love us and, learn from one another. You don't want to hang out with people who think exactly the way you do, because that would be boring, right? So you go around and you find all the different people in your life that teach you all the different aspects of the things you want to learn. and pick out the pieces you want to keep and you throw away the rest, you know, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's been times when I've really disagreed with people, and yet once I sat down and listened to where they were coming from, I could reconcile and say, okay, you know, that makes sense to me for you. It's not something I would do, but it's okay because it's what you need to do. So,
Right.
you know, as long as you can have some respect, and as long as people are acting out of compassion and empathy, empathy is the hardest thing in the world to learn. Everybody can have sympathy. You can sympathize with someone for their situation. You can sympathize for, you know, what they're going through. But unless you can truly get inside and feel how they're feeling, you don't know what empathy is. And that's the hardest things for humans, is to have true empathy for other humans and animals and the earth and, you know, the trees and the rocks and the flowers. And it's sometimes it kind of hurts. You get so empathetic. You know, you hear about the people who are empaths who are very overwhelmed because they can't separate others' suffering from their own. They take it into themselves. You have to have a boundary that says, I can empathize, I know how you feel, but I'm not going to wallow in it with you. I'm going to keep going. You know, we're going to hold space for you, but we're not going to contribute to keeping you in that place of wallowing misery, you know?
Right.
So there are times when you do have to have a little bit of kind of boundaries and toughness where you're not going to budge from your own inner bearing. You have your own ethics, morals, thoughts, and you personally are not going to veer from that. And you can set up boundaries that others have to respect, you know, and then you respect theirs. So, you know, it's just, again, back to the topic. There's no right, there's no wrong. We're all in this together. We're all doing the best we can. We're playing our parts. We're contributing what we're supposed to be contributing, because we all have something to give. It's not the same. We don't all have the same gifts. We don't all have the same learnings and abilities. And you've got, you know, people who have the abilities, people who have the ability to teach. You have the people who can guide, and then the people who just lead by example. You know, I'm going to live a shiny life, and I want other people to see that. Because that was my, you know, 50-year prayer every morning before I left my house was, I want people to see my shine. If only one person sees it today, I'll be so happy. You know, you can't make everybody see it, and some people don't like it. It makes people uncomfortable. When you shine, it makes other people feel uncomfortable sometimes, and they'll do things to sabotage that, and you just kind of have to work around that. And they're, you know, they say don't dim your shine for anyone, but sometimes it's necessary to dim your shine a little bit just to get through, or, you know, so you don't get slayed before the day's over or run out of town or whatever, however you want to say it. And I know I've dimmed my light on purpose because I knew it was making people uncomfortable and they were lashing out because of that. And it wasn't in my best interest. So you kind of dim it down a little bit and then you move on. And as long as you're not compromising your own principles, you're okay. You know?
Yeah.
That was a very long monologue, and I apologize.
I got on my soapbox. You got on yours.
Mm. I know you forgot to kick me off again.
I want to see. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes, Angel.
All right. I just wanted to say, to backtrack for a minute, that situation we were all in, I will never regret it. I feel it was a blessing in disguise because number one, I have Honey, I have Brim, I have Sharon, I have Jennifer, I have Rachel, and many more.
We have Diane.
I have Diane. So many of you, Gabby. I love you guys so much, and like you guys mean the world to me now. You know, you guys are family to me, and without that situation, I wouldn't have any of you.
Well,
I also learned how to go inside myself,
and find your
which
own
was
strength. You found your
that's it.
strength.
You know, to find what I need, I know I can find anything I need within myself. And
Mm-hmm.
if I can't, I know who to go to, you know, in
Mm-hmm.
the right way that's going to help me and teach me with love or help me through it with love, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that experience, that was all because of that experience. So it really was for a reason. And like we go through a path for a reason. So like when even now I look at it and we don't want anybody else to go through that at the same time. If that's what they need to do, we have to let them do that because it's their path.
Well, and
And
you remember, Hope, that other people tried to tell us, and we wouldn't listen. We
oh
did.
yes,
We did not
of
listen,
course.
and so other people are going to. I mean, we're in that position now where we could say to people, "Don't do that. Don't do that," and they're going to do it anyway
Well, of
because
course they will.
that's how they're going to learn. You know. Um, Unfortunately, I mean, we all know that. We were all warned. We were all told. And our guides and our friends and our family, they all told us, and we didn't listen. So, what makes us think we're going to have that influence on others, you know? So, you just do it kind of
Exactly.
you do it in a background, you do it in a subtle way, you know, because again, you don't want to be the spiritual side of a Bible thumper, you know, where Bible thumpers are always out there trying to hit you on the head with the Bible and make you believe what they believe. As spiritual people, we don't want to be that way either. We don't want to go out here thumping everybody on the head with our form of spirituality and say, this is how you have to be. We don't want to do that. So, you know, we gotta figure out how to love and live together as a collective with all of our differences and nuances, and we all have such different lives. We're coming together through technology. There more people are coming together that would have never met each other before. And again, because of ideology, I would have never been friends with any one of you guys ever by choice. And so I met a lot of people that I absolutely adore and fell in love with in spite of that, you know, and it opened and broadened my horizons in many ways. And I'm appreciative of that. But I wouldn't give anything for any one of you at all. You know, that experience was meant to happen to us, and there's going to be more like that as we are all experiencing. There's going to be other times when you know, are going to have to be on high alert and say, is this really what it seems to be? Is this really what seems to be right for me? And only you can make that decision. No one else can make it for you. You know, Suzanne was saying earlier that, you know, she's not going to tolerate somebody saying to her, well, you know, you can only hang with these people or that people because we all believe this way and they believe that way. That doesn't matter. We take pieces and parts from all the different people that we're learning from, and we integrate that into our own belief system. I've always been angelic. I've always looked on the angelic side of things and the spiritual guide side of things. I never really looked at space or galactics or any of that stuff until probably maybe 10 years ago, and I'm still learning and trying to understand how that all works together. And as I learned about the galactics, then I began to really pay attention to the interdimensionals, the Bigfoot, the fairy, the fae, the trolls, and then learning that there's people that live inside our Earth in a whole different world. There's people who live in the ocean in a whole different world from us. That was a stunning revelation for me. Revelation, rather. Those were not things I thought about 15, 20 years ago. Like I said, I was more into the angelics and was mainly concentrating on all of that. So I've been depending on all of you guys to teach me all of these other things that I never really studied or looked into the way I did religion, divinity, the angels, those sort of things. Those were things that I've always done since a small child. This other stuff is relatively new to me, It's fascinating. And it all ties together, of course. But we all came from somewhere. We all came from somewhere else. Nobody originated on Earth. We all were somewhere else at some other time in some other school. And we have been altered in ways. Our DNA and different things have happened to us over the years that have changed us as humans. But essentially, we all came from somewhere else. And when people say, well, I only came from space, or I only came from Earth, or I only, it's not true. We all originated at a source. And a source is everything. Love. We all came out of love. And we're just, love, creator, God, Mother, Father, God is just experiencing itself over and over and over again, just to be experiencing, just for the experiences. So there's so many things to look at, so many things to look for. Are you living this life because you needed to live this life because you never had been poor before, or because you've never been rich before, or you've never been spiritual or religious or black or white or green or, but it's like I tell my grandkids all the time, your beliefs are based on what circumstances you were born into. If you were born here in the States to regular Joe Blow parents, you had a choice of having, parents who believed in some sort of Christianity or religion, and then you have the choice. You had the choice of parents who didn't have any religion or philosophy at all. You could have been born in the Middle East, and you would have been just as passionate about the things your parents taught you growing up as my kids are passionate about what they're learning as children over here. So we have to understand that everybody comes from a different background and a different place, and it's all an experience. It's all an adventure. Again, it's, do you want to go to the beach, or do you want to go to the mountains, or do you want to go to the river? It's an experience, and that's what we chose. So
absolutely, honey. Today I had Susan gifted me a reading through Robin today.
Oh.
And it was so beautiful, and I was hoping she was in here because I wanted to thank her. And the reading was so...
I missed his readings 2 days in a row, and he was supposed to call me today, and he didn't ever call me.
Well, the reading was so beautiful. Like, it just fit me so well. And like he was saying, the reason I return here and return here and return here,
Mm-hmm.
it's really kind of a simple thing, but I never learned it.
Yeah.
Because I don't put myself first.
Yeah.
And I kind of can't help it. He said it because I'm my Palladian in me,
Mm-hmm.
that I'm just can't help but help. And all I want to do is help and love, help and love, and help and love. And that's just who I am.
But it's at
But
your
I've got,
expense.
yes. And he said it's time for me to, I got to stop that. You
I
know?
believe he
He's
told
like, of
you that a
course you
year
could.
ago.
He did, but today it was in a different way.
Good.
I really got it today.
Good.
The way he explained it to me, and everybody in the comments was helping out too, you know? It was
Mm-hmm.
just the experience of it today. I think it just hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Because about a year ago, what we were going through too, think about it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a different way, and I'm more clear headed now, and I was just open to hearing it all. And, you know, it's just like, wow, you know, and like, I gotta learn to, with love, you know, not just myself, you know, I've gotta learn to say no, or,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not today, you know, or, you know,
Not,
and that
not in
type of
that
way that,
way. I can help you in another way, but not in this way.
or even if I don't want to, I just have to learn to say, no, I can't today. You know what I mean?
It's a
Like, you know,
complete
like he's
sentence.
like, it's simple. Like, say he put it in the analysis, like the kids, Mom, do you mind making us breakfast today? No, baby, I don't feel like making breakfast today. Can you make yourself cereal?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like things like that. He's like, even you start little, you
Yeah.
know? He's like, because it's going to be, I'm going to have to, because that's just who I am.
Well,
And
he texted me yesterday and said they had a beautiful reading with Yaya, and he was going to call me today and tell me about it, but I think you forgot me.
yeah, his readings are beautiful today. He's been having some really beautiful readings, and
I
I'm
guess
so
he did.
thankful
I
to
guess he did
Susan.
one, but he did one with her yesterday. Because yesterday was when he texted me that he wanted to talk to me. Did you hear her reading yesterday?
I didn't yesterday. I was only on there today. I didn't know he was on yesterday. I missed him.
I missed him both times. I don't know what happened. I fell asleep and slept both times.
Yeah. Well, I was
Yeah.
so grateful to Susan today because, like, what it was is I was just, I was talking to somebody in the comments about it because he asked me how I was doing. I said, I'm okay, but right now I have a thing going on my eyes. They're really puffy and it's really, like, irritating. They don't hurt, and I'm not, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But, and then Susan gifted me um,
The reading.
the reading, you know, and basically, you know, it's like just me causing it myself or not taking care of me, you know?
Mhm. Because everything comes out physically. Our emotions and all the spiritual things we're going through that we stuff down far away, it eventually comes out physically. And we have to remember that we can literally make ourselves sick by not clearing out the energy and getting it all out and get the stagnation out of us.
Correct. Absolutely. You are right.
I'm so glad you got a reading with him. I will call him tomorrow because we had a lot to catch up on. I told him about my experiences, and evidently, I told him that Yaya and I were kind of having some similar things going on. And so that's the reason he contacted me and told me that he had read for Yaya, and some of my stuff came out through her stuff. So he,
Oh, wow.
so hopefully we'll get hooked up. He probably got busy today because it's Sunday, but
Yeah. I tell you, like, then it was really odd, too. It's like a spiral effect, I think, because it's like after I got that reading gifted to me, it was like every live I went in today, and nobody knew I had this reading, but a few people.
Mm-hmm.
And wherever I went for today, I was just shown so much love. Like,
Oh,
I feel so overwhelmed today with love, you know what I mean?
yeah.
It was like a beautiful day today. It's like everywhere I went, it was about love to me. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, wow, what a beautiful day, And I don't mean that with ego, but it really felt nice.
There's
I don't know.
nothing
It's
wrong
hard
with
for me.
there's
It's
not
hard for me to accept that and say that kind of stuff, but it really
it's
warmed my heart. It
it's
did.
not it's not an egotistical thing at all in the reference that you're making it. I mean, we all have an ego that needs to be pampered sometimes. And that's just part of loving ourselves. We shouldn't see it as being a narcissist or someone who's all about themselves. You have to be all about yourself. You have to.
Well, it just warmed my heart today. It just really did. Everybody on this app warmed my heart today. I
Well,
was like so overwhelmed.
you know you're overwhelmed with love everywhere you go. You just don't always pay attention. You don't think you deserve it, and you don't see it. There's so many people that love to see you. The minute they see you, they start in the comments about, hello, hello, we love you. We're so good to see you. And you don't see that.
Yeah, and I never realized
So
it today.
you have to know how much we love you. Everybody loves you. And you need to love yourself best.
People go like, say, honey, I affect people in that way sometimes, and it really felt beautiful.
Am I
It
echoing?
warmed me in a totally different way today. I was just so overwhelmed.
I hear voices in the background.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Is that Hopi trying to talk?
I don't think so. It's a man's.
Oh. Well, who's talking to us? It didn't sound like Brim. And there's darling
No.
Diane, and I've been sending her. She didn't know what she was getting into when she asked me to share my articles with her. I've just been sharing all the things I've been listening to, and I love my cryon. And then I heard a really good one after that I shared out. I hope you see it, Hopi. It talks about our ascension, what we're going through right now, the purpose we're here, what we need to do to take care of ourselves, and but I'm interested. Half Pint's talking about an Anunnaki ship. I wonder if she'd be willing to come up and tell us about it.
You know what? I know what she's. I realized this now too. It was coming to me after she had said that. I saw that video on that, and it's pretty incredible.
Is that the one in Florida?
No, it was in where did she say? Since another country,
Mm.
and it was up for a while.
Well, Mary, come up and tell us. Is she still here? Maybe she could come up and tell us what she saw, because I know she and Ray saw it together. But this one guy today was talking about the one, he said it was a ginormous one that they saw in Florida, that they were out on the beach just looking for orbs, and he was calling them in so his wife could see, because she really hadn't been able to see anything like what he sees. And she was able to see the orbs, and she was so overwhelmed. And then suddenly she's like grabbing him by the collar and yanking him around to show him something else. He got some incredible video of these little orbs, like plasmic orbs that look like dolphins going through the ocean, only it's in the sky. It's an incredible footage of these just light being plasma looking things that look like dolphins just frolicking through the sky. And then he said they caught, he didn't catch it on film because He couldn't switch out of his night mode thing, but they saw an enormous ship that he said was very close, like tree line close. And he was describing it and talking about how big and beautiful it was. I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I've been seeing things a lot in my skies too. Not quite as close, but they've gotten close, you know. I haven't seen them huge, but they're in a distance.
Well, the one that
they interact with me
us around the other night, it was following us around. It was literally following us around, and it was right next to us, keeping pace. There's no way it was a plane, no way it was a satellite. It was exactly what's been in my yard all summer. It's been here off and on all summer long. And it just happened to be, we were out that night and it just followed us around everywhere we went. Came home, sat over the house, and then that's the night I got all those downloads. And I haven't seen it since. I've been looking for it, but I haven't seen it since then. I've been having really weird dreams.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't, I mean, it was pretty uncomfortable, actually, Hope.
Yeah, but it's to see the sighting on a regular, I'm saying, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. It's very pretty.
Not the uncomfortableness of it, like, because I get super, like, excited. Like, I see this thing almost on a nightly now. It flies up. It comes up above the mountain. And it just slowly rises up, and then it disappears, and then it'll come back, come down, and it's low. I know it's not a plane. And it lowers itself back down into the mountains.
Well, they don't move like a plane. You can tell it's not a plane.
Oh, yeah, and the way it is, a plane ain't going to go into the mountain either. Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like how it lands and where it lands and how it's going. And the other night, me and my grandson were outside, and we saw several different things, and there was one that looked kind of big, and it was above us, and I'm like, what? We couldn't comprehend what it was. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was just one of those type of deals, like, we're like, what is that? You know what I mean? And because it was not a satellite, it was not a plane, it was like nothing I've ever seen before, you know, and just amazing. And then those northern lights, man, oh my God.
Weren't they gorgeous? The people that
honey, they were like, it looked like an angel. I don't even know how to explain this. They were directly above my house. It looked like a white, beautiful, fluffy star thing, shaped thing, and all the colors were coming out from it. And then at 2 points in it, there was like, it looked like portals. And it was on the 1010 portal. And I said to myself, and then somebody said, you went through it. And I'm like, I didn't think of it that way. But I was saying, take me through. And I didn't even know it was the 1010 portal till after the fact. When I was on Yeshua's Live, and my friend Myra was saying, oh, because you went through the portal, Hope. And I was like, what? I didn't think about it. And I was like, yeah, I kept saying to it, take me through. You know what I mean? It was just so beautiful. It looked like something from heaven, you know? And I felt it was such a gift. My entire family saw it. Oh, and the fairies were there that night. And it was just a magical night. Like, I can't even explain the night of it. Like, to me right now, I can feel it. Like, I feel adrenaline through me just thinking about that night, you know? Mm-hmm. It was that amazing. It was magical.
A lot of people are feeling it. They are seeing it and feeling it. And there's people who aren't even really awake or enlightened that are noticing a lot of different things. And, you know, like April was talking about the elementals that showed themselves. That's been happening a lot to different people. And now people are really paying attention, and they're not as frightened. There's
Yeah,
more information out there now, and of course, we have our social media where we can all talk to one another about it, so it's not so scary. But I think it's going to happen more and more. Um,
it
you know,
is.
like she was talking about the flowers and the trees all bending and bowing, and that's been happening over here too. I have a tree that just hugs me and pets my face, and
It's funny you say that. I was watching a guy tonight. He goes on different retreats, you know,
mm-hmm,
and he went to a retreat in Sedona, and they went to the not called portals. What are they called?
vortex.
Vortexes, and they all had magical experiences. But when they were hiking these hikes and whatever, they saw these trees that were like curled. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they curled. They were different looking than any tree. You know,
They do
and
that
it's
in
just
Sedona. They curl up. They're so weird looking. We've been twice now, and they're so weird looking because I guess the vortexes are so strong that the trees are just they're twisted in certain
so
directions.
cool.
Yeah, and you can really feel the energy when you go. And even
Oh, I
Greg
can't
was
wait to go. I can't wait to
even
go.
even Greg was saying, because he thinks I'm all crazy and woo woo, but even he said that he felt a completely different way when we were there both times. And he said it's just something about the way he feels when we start driving into the area. Um, it's just different. You just feel different.
Yeah, because there were other people telling this their experiences. And this one guy, he said, I'm not really into this whole spirituality. He was like with his girlfriend or whatever. I'm not really into the whole spirituality thing and I'm not like focused on it. He said, but I can tell you, coming here, you feel it,
Yeah.
you know? So I can't wait to go there and experience Sedona because that's my to go place, And I can't wait to go there at some point.
Well, you'll have to go more than once because once is not enough. Once you go, you're hooked on it.
Well, I've been called there for a couple of years now. My soul's there. Like part of my
Hmm.
soul is there. I already know it, and until I go, I'm not gonna feel fulfilled. You know?
Well, and you can astral travel there.
Yeah, but I don't remember my astral travels. I have an issue with that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have a real issue with remembering. It's like I only remember things here and there,
Uh,
and it's very little. I don't know why that is. I wish I could remember more. And when I do remember, it's something of significance usually.
mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I have just bits and pieces of memories.
I know, and it's frustrating. That's what I get. I get little bits and pieces, just enough to make me really curious about what it was I saw, what I was doing. Because I know whenever I come back, sometimes I know I was off doing something, and
I wish I could remember because I do remember, like a few months back, I twice in my life I've left my body with awareness, like knowing it was happening.
mm-hmm,
And the first time I was very young. I was like probably early 20s. I don't know, and maybe younger. And at that time, I wasn't like I am now, obviously. And I saw my soul walking out of my room. And I said, get back here. I will unalive, if you aren't in me. And it was freaking me out. I was freaking out. I like forced myself, and I found my soul came back in because I could move little by little again. I was like, I couldn't even move.
yeah,
But this time around, because I'm such good friends with James, he does it all the time, and I listen to him in a lot of his ways and stories, and it happened naturally, and I felt it coming out of me, honey. I felt it happening, And I was like, oh, no, no, no. And I'm like, no, I want this to happen. Just let it happen, right?
Yeah.
And it happened. And I remember the whole experience. I wish it had gone longer. I wish I had left my house. But I floated all over my trailer, and I checked on my boys. I checked on my daughter, and I had food cooking. And I remember this is what took me out of it. I was turning the knob to turn the thing off. And I remembered, oh yeah, I'm not in my body, right?
Right.
And then I was instantly back in my body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the feeling of that, floating all over, was so like something I never felt before. It was so freeing, so beautiful. I want to do that on a regular, but this just happened like spontaneously. I didn't expect it, And I allowed it to happen. I felt good. I was like, just go with it, And I would love to do that on a regular basis, but I don't know how to do that,
It's hard to come back. It's like having to stuff yourself into a sausage. Because you get out
This
and
time I went right back in because as soon as I had the realization that I was out of my body, it snapped me back into it quick, And I didn't want it, but I was right. Like after when I came out of it, I was like, oh no, because I was like enjoying it so much,
Yeah.
But I want to leave my house. I want to go flying around, like you. I want to go to Sedona. I'd love to go to Sedona like my astral self.
Mm-hmm. Well, it won't be quite the same as experiencing it hands-on, but it will be fun. You'll have fun.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to put my focus towards that and try to have that happen,
Well, I have a guy I listen to that does the sleep hypnosis, and he'll send you on an astral travel, and you set your intent before you go. And
cool.
I had to practice. I couldn't do it at first by myself, But practicing and listening to him, though, he has a way of relaxing you, getting you into a light trance so that you can allow, and those are the ones I kind of remember when I'm able to do that. And I do remember.
Can you send me his info?
Sure. I can remember being forced back in before I was ready, and my whole body was just collapsed. I couldn't stand up. I just collapsed on the floor. But the cat was bugging me to go out, and then my husband came in and found me, thought I was having a stroke, all the things, And I was so irritated with the both of them. I just wanted them to go, let me be. But I remember 25
That's hilarious.
We did, we had a group at church that was contemplative prayer. And that's when I learned that I could leave my body for a little bit. When I did a contemplative prayer group where we would all focus on, say, pick out something out of the Proverbs and just focus on that and listen to what it was saying to you, and then you could leave your body for short periods of time and just get there a little bit longer and a little bit. Richard Rohr is who we were studying at the time, and he's a monk in San Francisco. He's a Franciscan monk in California. They have a monastery that they live in, and all he does is write books about meditation and astral traveling and the whole physics of it all, and being out of your body and going within, learning from yourself. He's a very interesting but very esoteric type man. You really have to pay attention when you're reading.
That's kind of what I've been doing on the last week. I've been in the last couple of days actually too. I was up in a ship yesterday, and I was, I guess on Dragon World or something. I don't even know.
That was what I was trying to do last night, is I wanted to go on a ship last night. I really wanted to be. I've never been on a ship. I've never done anything like that. It's always been something else. And I really want to go on a ship. So I'm going to try again tonight.
It's funny. You want to know who I was talking to on the ship?
Who?
Um. Oh no. The famous blue person.
Bashir?
No.
Oh, no. Anouk?
Uh-huh.
Really? The real
Yeah.
Anouk? The real
Yes. Yes.
one? That's cool.
I've been doing that for the last 2 nights. We've
Well,
been talking.
I'm sure he has a lot to say.
Yeah, him and this. I was up in the ship with him and his wife, and we were talking about. He was talking about the wisdom that was shared through the world, and he talked about channeling, and he was talking about how some people channel, and it was a very interesting conversation. And he was very. It was interesting. I mean, and all he was talking about, how they're channeling, how some people channel different parts of him,
Mm-hmm.
and depending on the vibrations of the channeling, then that's what they decipher.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking, because I had, I've had the trouble with the channeling thing for a while, and I kind of had my reservations about it. And I remember when I was sitting, and this kind of goes back to before, when I remember when I went on a live and I could see somebody and I could see their face and then I could see him there turning his head a different way. I used to see that all the time, and I really thought it was really funny because Friday or Saturday, I went to sleep and I know I seen him Friday night, but I wasn't sure. But I knew Saturday night I did, because when I was up there, he said, "Huh, welcome back." And I'm like, "Oh, I really must have been here last night." So we were sitting there talking, and he was like I was saying, he was talking about the channeling, and he was talking about how the different energies channel certain beings and stuff like that, and on how some people channel different parts of a being, and and how it could. He was explaining how it could help me with I have aspects of channeling that I'm having trouble with, and I don't want to give into this part or that part or this or that. And he basically helped me with that, and it felt like I was up there for like 3 days. Then I come back and I wake up in the morning, I'm like, huh?
That's pretty cool, though. I mean, I wish I could have clearer memories of those sort of things. But I like to watch Suzanne Geisman, and she's been channeling what her collective is, Sanya. And when he first came to her, he told her that he came to her in the form of Jesus, because that's the thing that she would be able to identify with best. But she could call him anything she wanted. And then he explained to her how all that worked, that there are different aspects that are channeled through different collectives with different people, but essentially they're all the same. They're all pretty much collectives that channel through people, and then somebody just gives them a name because it's more convenient. Like what's his name from Australia that channels the Z's? They're all a collective. And then Belinda, I can't think of her name. She channels the Ascended Masters mostly, but she channels.
Like I channel dragons. Like I channel dragons.
Yeah, usually her specialty are the ascended masters. But she channels others too. They come in and out. But they all talk about how they're not one specific spirit, not one specific soul. They're all collectives that all come together to try to give us all the message. And pretty much all the messages that you hear from all the different people that channel, they all, pretty much. Sarah Landon, she channels a lot of different personalities as well, different collectives. And then there's the group called the Nine. I think that's who Sarah Landon channels the most, is the Nine. And then there's that lady that channels Judah. And he's a collective, but he brings in Archangel Michael and some of the other, Raphael and some of the other angels as well. But Michael was explaining to her that what she's channeling when she's channeling him is an aspect. It's not necessarily just an individual person. And it's just interesting to me that, we as humans can only comprehend a certain way. We can't imagine that everybody's all the same. So we have to give them individualized names and personalities and body types, and when really they're androgynous, and they don't, like Michael's not really this muscular warrior, black-headed, blue-eyed something. He says we couldn't look upon him if we looked at him in his true form. It would be too much. We couldn't comprehend it. So we give them all these different descriptions, but essentially they're all collectives that come in, and what they call energies. They come as a certain energy that's focused on a certain area. And then another aspect might be involved in another channeling with another collective on a different focus, and it's just, they're really getting active. All of them are getting very active in their channelings. It's happening all over the world. Different people from all countries.
Did Hopi say she's seen a ship?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has one.
Because I've seen it. I have. When she said she's seen a ship, the ship popped into my head.
She's had one. Hopi's had one, for a while now.
It's a triangle. It's a triangle, and in the middle is like a spear. And in the middle of the spear has like a farm, and it has like a little city in the ball, in the spear. It's like a planet with a ship around it, if that makes any sense.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm seeing it, and right when she said it, it just came to me that it was a big triangle ship. In the middle of the ship, it's like the ship was made around it, and it spins, but it kind of powers the ship.
The energy?
The energy off the planet powers the ship, because and if I look closely into it, I can see the beings on the surface. It's a massive ship.
Are they humanoid?
Yes.
That's interesting. Pleiadian?
They're humanoids. No.
No.
No. They look more
What are
like...
they?
You're gonna laugh, because I kind of did. I guess people call them fays, but alright, this is... how do I explain it? They look like... They look like they're in a humanoid form, but they're they they're like elementals. They're elementals, and they have like they look like the element. Like there's one lady, and I'm looking at her, and she's humanoid. She's thin, but it looks like she's made of grass, but it's a humanoid, almost like a fae.
That's cool.
And there's one that there's the water one. And then there's a like a cloudish one, and there's like all different kinds, and they're like it looks like an elemental ship with elemental beings. I don't know their names. This is the first time I've seen them, and when she was talking, it went bam, and I'm like, what? It's a triangle ship, and it's kind of silver and black. In the middle is a planet, and on the planet looks like a bunch of fae, and they're all different kinds.
Well, there you go, Hope.
I connected to them somehow.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure. I mean, with all the fairies and fae you have around you here, it only makes sense that you would have that type of
Beings around me.
yeah.
I almost want to say their name is like furlongs. I don't know why, but that's what I'm getting, furlongs.
Furlong. We'll have to redo some
They're
research.
called the furlongs. F-E-R furlongs. L-I-N-S Furlongs. Yeah, furlongs. That's what. And. Oh wow. There's a white light around your house. They're often visiting your house. I'm seeing a white beam going down, and it's like there's a force field around your house because there's a white light.
Have you seen them, Hope?
See lights and stuff in the sky all the time.
Do you see them in your house?
I see like rainbow type of trail things at the side of my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Furlongs.
Well, hopefully that'll develop a little bit now that you know and you can focus on it.
Yeah.
Set your intention to actually see them. Ask them. Tell them you want to see them. I'm a little nervous about asking the Palladians back. I did sit out here yesterday afternoon and last night.
Brim, can I correct you? Because something was just brought to me.
What?
It's Falinas.
Falinas.
Fauninans.
Falinas. Falinas. Falinas.
Huh. Well, they wanted that right.
Yes, it was. They said Falinas.
Cool.
So I don't know. That's what I heard.
Uh-huh.
Go with that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's more clear. I mean, yeah, they were obviously wanted you to know. So,
But I know I seen the ship and I seen them. They're really cool.
mm.
Kind of cool.
And you gave me an idea for a new painting too.
A triangle ship, and the ship is made out of crystals, and it's outlined with a red line around the edge. It's got like, it's cool. It's like an energy lined around the edge of the triangle. And it's got the planet in the middle and the planet spinning and rotating. It's kind of cool.
Man, that's cool. Yeah. Well, it's getting pretty late here, and I'm getting tired.
Oh no.
I haven't been sleeping very well. That's why I just like fell asleep yesterday into a deep sleep for 2-3 hours and then woke up. And then I was up all night pretty much and slept a couple hours. And then I've been up all day. And the night before that, I did almost the same thing. Slept for 2-3 hours solid, really hard. And then I was awake and couldn't sleep. So
Did you try apples for the Bigfoot?
no, I did blueberries, and they came and got some.
Cause some reason I'm seeing a granny apple.
I don't have a granny apple. I have a regular apple, but I can get them some granny apples.
I want to try one maybe, see what happens.
Okay. Well, I put blueberries and Cocoa Puffs out, and I heard them. And when I got around to the corner, they weren't there, but I could see where they had opened them because they're in like plastic containers that were easy to open because I don't want to leave them just open.
Right.
And I heard it. And I went running around the corner, and I get around over there, and I could see the containers moving like they had just been touched or messed with, but there was nothing there.
Oh, there's a video. I'll send it to you guys. I don't know if you've seen it. This guy has a video. It's not from him. Somebody else did it, but it's a Bigfoot off in the way a little bit, but you can see it perfectly. And if you make it bigger, you can see the face and everything. It's so awesome. But he looks like he's laying in the grass, eating like a piece of grass or something green, like right in his face, like near his mouth. And the guy with the camera comes up upon him and is videotaping, and he looks back at the guy like he notices him, and the guy trips out running, and that's the end of the video. But
I think I saw that one.
It's so cool. I think that was a real one for real. That looks too real to me.
It was very, very clear, the one I saw.
Yes, and it looked very, very, very real.
Yes, it
I
could not have
think
been
I know that
anything
they're
else.
missing link.
And he just kind of looked over at the guy, and then the guy
Yes.
kind of sits out a little bit.
Yes, and I even enlarged it and everything to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely, I believe that's the real one for sure.
Yeah.
I was also told that the Bigfoots are the missing link, and all the chimpanzees and all them, that they were just field experiments, but they left them here because they were cool and they fit with the planet. But they were trying to make humans for a while, make them and alter them a little from the universe. So when they come down here, they tried to make a new batch of humans, and that's who the missing link is the Bigfoots.
Yeah.
That's where we
They
came
wanted
from,
to
and that's
use
why
them-
it is so
They wanted to
related
use
to
them
us.
for labor too, didn't they? Because they're so big and strong, and
Yeah, but they were like they're very smart, and they advanced their brain too much. From what I was told, they advanced their brain too much, and they were able to use more than like 50% of their brain. So that in turn, they'd be able to open up portals and to a portal out and hide.
Well,
And so when they created the humans, they made us only use 10% of our brain.
yeah. Well, and from what I understood was, you know, there was a choice, and they could remain as they were as keepers of the earth and take a different evolutionary path, retain their ability to travel within portals and in and out, and still keep an eye on earth, or they could become human. But the ones who stayed as Bigfoot stayed as Bigfoot.
And what I was also told is, yes, they open up portals, but, they're actually living underground. And what they do is they portal up. That's why you always see them come out of caves and trees.
Mm.
They're actually underground, and they have a whole...
There were 2 or 3 videos where he described his encounter, where they took him in and they were like living in a whole nother world. They took him through the portal, and they were over there just living a whole life, with houses and TVs and bathtubs and all sorts of things.
I love that guy. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that
It's
cool?
actually some of them are under
Yes.
Earth. It looks like this Earth. It looks like the Earth we're looking at. Everybody says, "Oh, it's another dimension." It's really, some of them are really in the Earth, and they look like up here.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when a lot of humans, they don't understand that when they're portaling out, they're actually opening up a portal to inner Earth and going there.
Mm-hmm.
Which looks like up here. That's why what they're doing is they come up here, they portal in, get some of our stuff, disguised as a human, go up and buy these certain items and bring them down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they kind of look the same.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's some guy in India that's been studying them. He talks about that too. There's just a lot of information out there. A lot of
There's a lot of beings are in the
Amazing.
planet,
Mm-hmm.
in the inner Earth. I actually drew a diagram of it.
Well, you should invent that macroscope, Paul, and then we can see everything. We can see everybody.
You can see the smallest of particles.
Well, and I
Well,
know
I've seen...
that there's like in amongst us, there are other complete cities just living amongst us. We just can't see them, and they come in and out of our places, and we don't know how to do that. So
It's kind of like we're Gaia, and it's living on top of us.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
So I found the guy, you guys, with the Lemurian starseed diamonds and crystals. The guy who sells them.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm gonna buy one in like a couple weeks, But you get one, and then you get a few little ones with it too. You can send you like a little bunch of them.
Huh.
It's supposed to have special powers.
Well, I know that some of the skulls that they've been finding, they're saying that there's encryptions and encoded frequencies.
He has something to do with those. He has something to do with those too.
Really?
The guy who does these. Yes.
Huh.
Like I'll send you his stuff so you can check him out, honey.
Okay.
Because these starseed diamond crystals I'm talking about are different than what you were talking about the other night. Because these are very different. You'll see when you see them.
Okay.
Most of them are smaller. They do have bigger ones, but he sends you like one that's like a 5 carat and then a bunch of little ones with it.
Mm-hmm.
And he has different ones, but he has a whole thing about it, and he has a bunch of the skulls, and he has like a real one, like from wherever, but he don't sell that one obviously. But he does have some skulls he sells that he says they're like, just got extra in them because they do something with them with the real skulls. They put them near them, and they put all the other things with those things too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'll send you his information so you can check him out. He has a whole thing about himself.
Okay. All right. And I'll send you a Stevie Joe.
Isn't there
Very
like
cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Isn't there supposed to be like 7 crystal skulls?
I don't.
So I heard.
I know there are several, and I don't know that there's just a specific number. I do know that there are very large crystal deposits, and a lot of them are in the Appalachian, Ozark, Wichita Forest areas are where some of the largest ones were buried and hidden.
Did you know that there was a crystal cave that it's so bad that humans can't go down in there?
It's too rich.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there was one, I forgot where it was. There was a whole entire crystal cave. It had white crystals, and they said they went down in there and they tried, and a lot of people got unalived down there. So they even tried with suits and stuff, and they still couldn't get down there and stay for long periods of time or even mine it because it's so strong down there. The energy's so strong, it's like phenomenal.
It's probably pretty hard on their body, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. It was one guy said it was beating the piss out of him when he went down there.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a suit on, the hazmat suits.
Yeah.
He said he could still feel it through the suit.
Wow.
He said he could only stay down there for a short time. I don't remember where it is, but I remember seeing it, and people, and I mean, these things are massive. It kind of looks like, Superman's castle.
Yeah.
Superman's castle under the earth. It was a little like that. That's how big the crystals are, and they said they can't go too far into it either because it's so strong, and it does something to your body. They don't know. I can't explain it.
Well, I'm sure it's very activating. And being activated is really rough on your body. Especially if you're not ready for it.
And you got one spiritual person went down there and they said she thought she was going to explode.
Yeah.
She's like, I went down there and I wanted to see. I had the suit on. I felt like I was going to explode, like my body was just going to burst into energy.
Wow.
And she said she never felt. She said she felt different after that. It was more like. It was almost like she was evolving going down there. That's what she said. It felt like her brain waves were changing and everything. She's like, it was really crazy.
Wow. That'd be cool for sure.
She's like, this is where humanity is going, and I know it now. And then she started, now she's like really good in spiritual stuff. I can't remember her name, but she said that's how she started. She showed pictures of her going down in the mine, that mine. She goes, she goes, if you would have told me that I'd go down to this mine and my life wouldn't change forever, well, it did. When I went down there, my life did change forever, and, it's a good thing I didn't stay down there too long, she said, because it was like she was evolving. She felt like she was evolving. That's all she could say. She kept repeating evolving. And she goes, I've seen things now and more than ever. And I don't know, she's very in tune now. I wish I could remember what the name of the mine was. What a cavern.
Have you ever been to Where's Cave?
Mm-mm.
It's in Virginia.
I've never been there. Where's Cave?
You have to go
Oh,
to.
right
Yeah,
there.
where's Cave near Grottos?
Where's Cave? I'll write that down.
It's where I got my first sets of crystals were from there a few years back.
Well, they're discovering a lot of crystals here in Texas. All of a
You know,
sudden.
the
Wow.
crystal, Earth's evolving so much that it's starting to push crystals up into the up out of the ground now.
Yeah, Colorado and Washington. They're
I
just
can't
coming up
wait.
out of the pavement.
If you want to have an experience, I went to one of the worst. People think it's one of the worst places to go to because of what happened down there, but I really got awakened too when I went there. Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
I went there to Centralia, Pennsylvania by myself one time, and people were telling me, "Oh, you should go in there and see what it's like." Well, I went into Centralia. When I used to drive, I went to Centralia. I went there and I'm walking down the road, and oh, I could feel the energy. You could feel like.
What happened there? I don't know about it.
Okay, back in I'm pretty sure it was the 50s, maybe the 60s. I'm not really sure about when it happened. The coal mine they were mining coal under the ground, and what happened is it caught fire and it basically lit the whole coal mine on fire underneath the city, underneath the town.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yep.
And the thing is, with me, I think there was diamonds down there too. And what happened was, because when you compress coal, it becomes diamonds. So what I think happened is, and this is where I asked spiritual people this, and they said because there's a lot of diamonds down there, and what it did is, when it caught fire, it set those diamonds on the heat. It turned up the heat and the frequency down there, so when you walk in, just walking in general, you could feel a disturbance. Very heavy, powerful energy around that area. And when some of the towns sank, and it's going to burn for another 100, 200 years because the fire's never going to be put out. They tried and it's not working. And it gets so heated, sometimes the ground just collapses if you're walking on it. But when I went in there, I was very careful because I could feel, like, some places were like, yeah, okay. And then some places were like, yo, wow. It's like you're being punched in the face by energy. And it's like, phew. But it's a very spiritual place. A lot of people don't think about it because of all the deaths that happened down there. And now there's like town. I think the government at one time didn't let anybody in there either. They had roadblocks and guards there to not let anybody in. But I think right now, the last of the people that left Centralia, there was like 4 people in the town, but 2 or 3 of them still stayed there. But I guess when the last of them die, they're not going to let anybody in there because they won't let anybody move there. It's like, it's a very, very powerful place. Centralia is. Tell you, it's, if you can get in there, I think you might be able to get in there, but you have to be careful. But yeah, it's was a very interesting experience being in Centralia, because I could feel the people's energy and I could feel the energy of the earth, and even like when you're around there, you know how like you could hear sound but there's nobody there, like to hear the vibrations and the humming. You ever had that happen? Because when you're in there, you could hear like a low humming, but there's like nothing like around there to do the humming. It's really weird. It was like almost like it sounded like a jet or something, but there's nothing there. There's not even electricity in the city. And there's a lot of spirits in Centralia too. It's, I think, what half the town were passed on. It's a very powerful place to go. Yeah, it was humming. Yeah, it was. It was like. I was like, what in the world?
There's still so many places I want to go. I haven't been able to go yet.
I want to go to Sedona. I already went to. When I went to California, I did go to that mountain, Mount Shasta, before I left. It was a very interesting experience. I loved it, even though it was cold and snowy.
To my other place I want to go. Those are my two places. First is Sedona and then Shasta.
Out of all the places I think I've been, the most horrifying one was Germany. The forest, the Black Forest was the most terrifying one. The most interesting one has to be tied with Stonehenge, because Stonehenge and Mount Shasta were about the same, just different energies, but I really felt peace and tranquility on the mountain. It was very enlightening. I actually picked up some stones from there that were on the ground. But yeah, it's a very interesting place. I do recommend going there. Not when it's cold. And it cost me $63 for an Uber to get there. Yeah, it was $63. I could have took the tour, which was $174, and talked to the Russian spiritual. There was a Russian spiritualist there. I could have took the tour and with her for $175, or I could have just take the Uber and walk around myself. So I took the Uber. It cost me like $62.50 or something to get down there, and then like 62 something back. So it was an interesting trip over there for a few hours. I walked and I seen the waterfall. Some trees, looked over the ledge. It's quite a hike. It was interesting. I stuck to the pathway. And some of them were dangerous. They said like going to the waterfall was kind of dangerous because the ground on the pathway was a little ragged. But I went there. I liked the waterfall and all that. Yeah. And there was another one that was a tour for, you would go to Mount Shasta, but you'd also go to, it would do the tour for $275. You do a tour, and it's for $275. You go around. It shows you all the famous sites around the mountain. Like, you see all the Hollywood people, and then you go up on the mountain, and you can go look around there too. It was like a combined tour, and it was like, I don't know, a few hours. I didn't want to do all that. I didn't care about the famous people. I just wanted to go to the mountain, so I just paid for the cab up there. I mean, Uber to go up there. But it was worth it. Because, it got rid of the toxic aura that I had around me for a while. That's when I started, coming into my own. And actually, that's kind of where I unleashed the dragon. On top of the mountain. I think everybody wanted me to release the dragon, so here you are, Bern. Come on down. You're the next contestant. And ever since then, he's been here, and it's been really strong. And when I channel him and channel the others, I don't be in here. I let them take full control. So yeah. Oh, Hello, me too. But yeah, I mean, you'll have a clarity once you go on that mountain. It's very clear what your intentions are and where you intend to go. Yeah. Because that was the whole reason for me going there, was to go to Mount Shasta, really.
Well, we're looking at a trip. He's looking at the arrangements. He's watching his YouTubes and talking about it.
And that was the only reason why I almost agreed to go and do that trip, because sooner or later I knew I was going to get to the mountain, and that's what I wanted to do. So it was a win-win situation. I took that negative and made it a positive, because that was my intended goal anyway, you know. Well, I mean, it sucked that it played out like that, but at the end of the day, I got to where I needed to go, which was the mountain. That was my whole thing. Wanted to go to the mountain and see where it led me.
Yeah, that's what I like about Sedona. It's being able to just wander around and see where it calls you. It's pretty cool. When we were there in August, I think it was, this one guy, he and his wife, they travel around quite a bit because he's all into the skies. And he counted like 254 comets in the week we were there. He set his telescope up every night.
And, you know, another place I went to is Skinwalker Ranch. that was crazy.
I don't think I'd want to go there.
Well, it's not really. Everybody wants to paint it in a negative picture, and I can understand that. But there's a lot around there, a lot of energy, and it is kind of frightening if you're not used to it. If you're just a nobody and you don't know nothing about spirituality, and you go there, it's gonna remind you of a horror movie.
Yeah.
Because you're not used to those feelings, and you're going to get the feeling of dread, fear, and this and that, because you've never experienced it, and it's new to you. And a lot of people fear the unknown, and they get fear from it. But in all actuality, when you go there, you will go there with an open mind. You set your intentions to be positive, then you don't have no problem there. It's very enlightening to see certain things and feel certain things while you're there. It's a very beautiful place, and there is some crazy stuff that goes on. Not that I'm ever going to want to go back there again. No. But it can be frightening, and to be honest, I was a little scared there because things were happening that I couldn't explain. Even being a spiritual person, it still made me wonder. But I think if you set your intent to have fear, then you're going to get the fear from it. But if you take that energy and bring it in a positive, but I do think also that there's a portal above the thing you can't see. Because when I can't...
When you do go, Hopi, to Sedona, there's several places you can go where they have the shupas and the prayer wheels. And we took a shaman with us, and he took us into some vortexes that are not the real popular, touristy ones. He took us off the trail into some other ones, and then took us into a prayer wheel, did a ceremony with a sage and drumming, and it sounded like light language to me. and we walked the prayer wheel, where you walk from your beginning around. It's by your age. So the first part of your life, the second, the middle, the latter, and then the end. And then you counterclockwise walk the shupas while you pray. And these shupas are just ancient, where there's prayers written that were all sealed up inside the shupa, hundreds of years ago by the Indians.
By the, you know what tribe is by there, right? By
Hopi,
the
right?
Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh, no, no, which ones?
The Hopi Indians.
Mm.
The
Well,
Hopis are right next to the Skinwalker Ranch, and down the road is Sedona. Down
see,
about 2 hours away is Sedona.
those were the ruins. The Hopi ruins were where we were, and the Pueblo. Those were the primary, the ones we looked at. And then we went into Flagstaff, and they had
An hour away.
2 or 3 different tribes where they still had the ruins from their cave dwellings,
Mm-hmm.
And then Greg was in New Mexico, crossing back and forth across the Gila River, and came across several old indigenous dwellings, cave dwellings that were still in excellent shape. And he, went up into some of them, and he said it was the same feeling as the ones in Flagstaff, where you just got this feeling. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you get a feeling of just very old things, energies. And they nearly ruined all those dwellings in Flagstaff. The Depression, people would go in and desecrate all those dwellings, trying to get the paintings and potteries and Indian art out to sell. That was how they were trying to survive, was by selling the artifacts, until they finally they were like even enlarging the openings, because some of the openings were so small, and they were, busting out the doorways to make them bigger so people could get in and out. But they still were able to preserve probably 75% of them. And then FDR did a program where they built stairs where you could climb all, stairs with railings. He hired kids, like 18 to 20 something year old kids, where he housed and fed them for 2-3 years while they built their stairways, so that people could visit into the dwellings, and they're just literally in the side of the mountain, and unless you want to rappel, you couldn't get to them, other than the stairways that they built. It's a very nice area, but climbing where we were, we climbed a little over 500 steps, I think it was. It was yeah.
Wasn't the Hopi natives a smaller group of people?
Yeah, they were
They
very
were really short.
Yeah, and migratory. They were shorter and smaller. They were very migratory, but I couldn't even imagine that they lived there, because, you'd have to climb like a goat to get up and down those sheer rock walls to get up into the dwellings. I just can't imagine that. They must have been extremely fit.
Strong.
Yeah, strong and fit people to live like that. But they were very migratory, and so they lived there for a while and then moved on. And that's when people came in and started, when they realized that there was that whole civilization there, they came in and just started stripping all the artifacts out of them that they could find, until he shut that down and made it a protected area. And then he built built in the stairways so that people could visit and, made it a park. Thank God. It's kind of like the redwood petrified forest that we went to. Some guy had to just step in and, you know, do everything he could to protect it. Because people were just hauling off these giant logs. I don't know how they even did. They're huge and they were very heavy and beautiful, absolutely beautiful the way they were colored. You could see all the inner, like the stumps, the way the colors were just fascinating. And it's just a big, huge acres and acres of petrified trees that just kind of fell over and stayed there. We got into one area and it was abandoned. It was an abandoned village, and you could see where they'd had like a auditorium like platform where I guess they did, shows or ceremonies or whatever, and it was covered in graffiti. They had a gas station and a cistern, a water tower and some other buildings, and they were completely covered in graffiti. And then they had the old Apache cave where there were several different types of tribes that got into different arguments, and there was ones that were running from the other, and they holed up in this cave, and they found them and set a fire. And so there's a whole big memorial for that. And part of the cave was a tourist attraction for a while. They had some ladders down into there, but it's too dangerous now, so they shut it all down. But it was a beautiful day. I mean, the sun was out, the clouds were gorgeous. As soon as we pulled up, the whole atmosphere changed and it got foggy, and the energy was so thick it was hard to breathe. And my pictures turned out really fuzzy and foggy looking, all of them. And they were that way until we left that area. And then we just drove back out into sunny, beautiful weather after that. But that whole area was just covered in such dense energy that it was hard to breathe while we were there. It was hard to breathe while we were walking around in it. Very odd. There's a lot of history over in there. Arizona, New Mexico.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to call it a night and tell you all how much I love you. We've had fun. And a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah.
But we're all going to end it in love, light, unconditional love, and an atmosphere of learning where we can all exchange ideas and feel safe doing so, no judgment. We're all having our own experiences, and we're all muddling through the best we can. We need each other's support.
Right.
So we all have something to teach and from one another. We're going to do it. And we'll provide the space. We'll provide the space for people be able to come in and share their experiences. They're going to have to come up here and share them with us, though. We'll have to ask Mary about her Anunnaki ship when she comes on.
Right.
I'm
I
sorry.
haven't seen Mel tonight.
No, I invited her, but I didn't see her. And I think River had a rough day. So
Yeah.
yeah, high spirits. I think there were quite a few spirits there. I could feel them as soon as we pulled up. We could only drive in so far. The rest of the way we had to kind of hike. And it was just like walking through syrup. To walk around through there, we were exhausted. By the time we had been out there 45 minutes, we were exhausted. And the whole sky changed, the air, the sky. It was very strange. And then of course my pictures all turned out weird. His did too. And then as soon as we left there, our pictures were fine. After that.
Well, we're gonna call it a night. Thank you everybody for showing up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, put your balls in it.
See you guys all Tuesday.
Yep, we'll be
Unless I
there.
ascend before
love
then.
you guys.
Well, there's Michael. I see her again. Be well, Michael. We're thinking about you. Sending you lots of love and
Yeah.
we're sending all we can for you. Remember, we're
Good
here.
night, all.
Love you guys.
Thank you for coming.
Love you all.
Blessed be.